humans are only 200,000 years old. This means that earthquakes couldn't come from humans because we know that earthquakes have existed for billions of years. For example, earthquakes split apart Pangea. This seems to indicate that earthquakes couldn't be the result of sin because sin comes from humans and earthquakes precede humans.
And you know this how?
Through uranium lead
Who told
dating.
you this?
I mean, just like geologists, seismologists.
And you believe that?
I sure do. I think science is good, actually.
Yeah, science is good, but it sure doesn't answer everything.
No, but it can tell us that there were earthquakes long before humans existed.
Right. But if there were earthquakes before, humans existed, that would mean the world was already screwed up before humans existed.
Correct,
Which is
yes.
completely untrue.
No, but
That's
yeah.
completely
So
untrue.
you're saying that if my argument were true, your argument would be false. That's my exact point. Yeah, precisely. That the Earth was screwed up before humans existed, which means that you need to
And
account for why God
you're
would
very
ever
wrong.
possibly make earthquakes. So you just reject
You're
science.
very
Thanks so
wrong
much
on
for
that one,
the
buddy.
finger hearts and the roses. I appreciate that, Ethan.
But just to continue on about
Oh, wait.
the
So
whole
do you wait?
lesbian
Do you
thing.
have an argument that's not just nah, or did you leave your good arguments in your other pants?
Well, I'm not really much in for argument. I'm just telling you the truth, and you believe whatever you want.
No, I think science tells us the
You just
truth, and I
have,
think you're telling me dogma.
hey, if you don't want to believe what I have to say, that's fine. That's on you. But to continue on, though, um, it's wrong because God didn't make woman for woman
I've already
or
proven
man
that
for
God doesn't
man.
exist, and you've been incapable of responding to it, so you're pivoting away back to your original claim. So you said
Buddy,
that,
you
that it's
already know
wrong.
God
Wait. So
exists.
you're saying that it's wrong because God didn't make us in this way. I'm saying that that's not true because God doesn't exist. You asked me why God doesn't exist. I explained to you that God is incompatible with the existence.
I never
But the
said that
argument
humans
does get rid
caused
of God.
earthquakes. I said due to the
Yeah,
sin itself, or man's disobedience,
hmm.
it affected creation.
And I
And that's why
demonstrated
the
how
world
that's
is
not
such a
true.
complete disaster today.
So do you think that all of the geologists, seismologists, and chemists who claim that earthquakes have existed for billions of years, do you think they're all just lying?
Yeah, some people can be lying, and there are
Oh,
others
so you just
who
think that
are
like
telling the
science is
truth.
lying. Gotcha.
No, I didn't say science is lying. I said there are some scientists that are lying, and a lot of
Yeah,
them. There are a lot of scientists who believe the Bible 100%, and they know it's true. And there's a lot of majority who want to reject the Bible, even though it's true.
that's
But
so
back to the
cool.
main
Do you
argument,
have any
though.
evidence that this is why they said the things that they did, and that it's not just from like the rigorous research? I can actually break this down for you pretty easily. So, things like mountains and trenches come from tectonic plates. Things like earthquakes also come from tectonic plates. For as long as
Okay.
there's been mountains, and there's been mountains for billions of years, there have been earthquakes.
Well, how did you get? We still gotta go back to the main topic itself. But anyway, how did you even get any of these mountains and all these valleys and the sorts? Why is the world so screwed up? How did you even get to the world we have today? How
In
did
my
it even get
worldview
here?
or in your worldview? Because in my worldview, this is just how the Earth works via the tectonic plates in physics.
Then why is everything falling apart? Why is everything falling apart and dying then?
Well, because life can't exist forever. Things are unalived because of their telomeres and their DNA that get shortened every time the DNA replicates. And as it gets like too short, it can no longer replicate, and organs start to shut down. That's why things are unalived.
Really? So you think death is the hero of your world?
I don't think that at all. No, I think death is really bad, actually.
Right. So you're okay. I'm sorry, you hate death, but you love life, correct?
Yeah, I think life is pretty cool. Yeah, it's all
Right.
right. I mean,
You know
yeah, I
that.
don't. I think I value life that already exists. Yeah.
Right. And you know that one day you will die, correct?
Yeah, that's fine, but it seems like we've drifted far past the topic. I'm not sure what this has to do with being lesbian or even the God topic.
It just goes back to Genesis. But when God made Adam and Eve, he made man and woman for each other, not the opposite genders.
Yeah, that's
It
fine.
was
So
never
I
made like
already
that.
showed you why scientifically that's not true. So let's do a different one. Do you think that incest is always wrong?
Oh yeah, it's definitely wrong.
Okay,
It
so who
follows
did?
the same. It follows the same path with homosexuality, but it's on the same path with adultery. Just
Well,
having
I don't think you know what that word
just various
means.
sex with individuals,
I'm not sure you know what that word means. I think that it's
and
possible to be like
the
a gay
person
person and not be
burns with
adulterous.
lust and desires and stuff. God
That's all
doesn't
really
want that.
nice. So yeah, if you think incest is bad, then I'd just ask you, who did Adam and Eve's children reproduce with?
They produce with their brothers and sisters,
So
because the whole incest thing.
Adam and Eve's children did incest. So God set up the world such that it would force Adam and Eve's children to do incest in order to fulfill his commandment to go forth and propagate. So then God forced them to do this immoral thing.
God didn't force anything.
Well, yeah, wait, so
And if
so
you let me explain
were they
before you cut me
supposed
off,
to were they supposed to not reproduce with each other? Were they supposed to let humans no longer exist?
all right, if you let me explain instead of cutting me off, I'll
Yeah.
bring you to the answer. All right, now, like I was saying, the incest thing, yes, itself is wrong, but God allowed us to, lie with our brothers and sisters back then, because even though humanity had fallen and it was sinful, their genes and stuff like that weren't really all that corrupted, and therefore they didn't have all those weird deformities or anything else like that like we have today. So later on in the future, say about during the time of Moses, and that's when God kind of put a stop to it. Like, hey, okay, guys, do not lay with your brothers, do not lay with your sister, do not lay with your mother, do not lay with your father. That
Gotcha. So you think that there actually was a time where incest was okay?
No, I'm not saying just incest. I'm saying that God allowed humanity to repopulate the earth with their brother and sister due to not having any of those deformities or things like that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the whole incest part.
So when they repopulated the earth with their brothers and sisters, was that wrong?
No, not at that time, no.
Oh my God! You think
Things
that
were
there's
different.
wait? So just to be clear, you think that there's situations in which sleeping with your brother and sister is not wrong?
You're still holding to that part. You're still trying to make
You
it seem like
think-
what God allowed was
You
wrong.
think
You're
you
not
think that there's
understanding my
times
point.
that there's situations where incest is perfectly okay, where sleeping with your brother and sister is perfectly fine, that it's not wrong.
Do you
Jared,
understand what I said?
you're an incest defender, it seems.
Do you understand what I said?
Yeah, I did understand what you said.
I
You said that
said
it was.
that-
You said that there was a time where
okay.
it was okay, and then the genes got corrupted, and now it's no longer okay. But that implies that you think that there's a time when incest was okay. I think that there was never a time where incest was okay.
No, buddy, that's not what I'm saying.
That is what you're saying.
I'm
You
saying
said that.
God
Wait,
allowed that
so I'll
stuff to
just
happen.
yeah. So was when they were
Because
sleeping with their brothers
That
and
stuff
sisters,
wasn't.
when they were sleeping with their brothers and sisters, was that wrong?
Not at that time. Not for that little short time.
Gotcha.
it
So you
wasn't.
think that
But
there's a
later
time
on-
where sleeping with your brothers and sisters isn't wrong?
Oh, oh my gosh. But I don't think quite understand the full thing itself.
But I think I
But
do. I think
continue
wait, if you
on,
think
though.
that I'm the one who's not tracking, then I think you're just a little bit confused.
No, I'm not confused. But continue on, though.
That's it. Like that's the reductio. Like you're fine with incest in some scenarios.
No, I'm not. Never
Yes,
mind.
you
Never
are.
mind that
You
part.
literally just everyone heard you.
Never mind.
Literally everybody just heard you say that there are some times where incest is okay. Thanks so much for the roses. I appreciate that.
Right. So let me ask you this one. How do you feel about that, what I just said, for back then? Like when God allowed that little short time period due to not having no deformities or nothing like that, how do you feel about it? You think God was right with that, allowing humanity to repopulate the
Oh
earth?
well, I don't think that happened.
Or do you
so
think that
I don't think that happened.
what
I
he
don't think
said
God's
was wrong?
real. I don't think Adam and Eve is actually a thing that happened. Also, thanks so much everybody for the roses. I appreciate that.
And that's not what I asked. I asked you a question like, what do you think about that? You think
Yeah.
that
Well,
was
so
wrong?
I
You
said
think
that.
was right, what you said?
Yeah, I'm saying that I don't believe. I reject one of the presuppositions of the question. I don't think God existed, so I can't answer questions about what I think about God. I think it's fake and made
So
up.
you're not going to answer the question.
I'm telling you that I reject one of the presuppositions. Oh, okay, wait, that's fine. So, did you stop beating your girlfriend?
What, you asking a person in comments, or you asking?
Yeah,
me a question?
I'm asking you. Did you stop beating your girlfriend?
What do you mean? I stopped beating my girlfriend? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I'm just asking you if you stopped doing it.
What are you talking about?
I'm just asking you if
That
you
has
stopped
nothing to do
doing
with
it.
what I asked.
It's a
That
yes or
has
no
nothing to do
question.
with what I was talking
Wait.
about.
But yeah, I'm just trying to demonstrate how some questions can't be answered with like some questions can be rejected via rejecting the question, or answered by
That has
rejecting the question.
nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Yeah, wait, so let me break this down for you. So some questions have presuppositions built into them. Your question presupposes that God actually existed. I reject this presupposition, whereas my question presupposes that you beat your girlfriend. The right answer to this question is I never beat my girlfriend, and you reject that presupposition. So in both scenarios, we just reject a presupposition. I can't answer a question about my thoughts on God allowing this, because I don't think God did allow it. I don't think God existed.
You don't think God existed? You know, well, actually, there's no such thing as atheism, so I'll just go and put that out there.
Well, there is
But,
such thing as atheism, because I don't believe in God.
It doesn't get rid of God. That's the thing about it. There's no such thing as atheism.
Well, yes,
But,
there is. So atheism is just the non-belief in God.
You choose not to believe in God.
Yes,
Even
because
though you
there's
know
no
God
evidence.
exists.
Yeah, because there's no evidence for God, correct?
Buddy, you know God exists. Don't play that crap.
Bro's getting psychoanalytic with it. You think you know me better than
already
I know
know
myself? Wait, you think you know me better than I know myself?
Buddy, you're in the same boat as I am. Everybody knows God exists.
I don't think that's the case. I actually think that I distinctly don't know God exists. So if I know God
Yes,
exists,
you
why
do.
would I come on here every day and like just lie? Do you think? Wait,
Probably
so you
because
think?
you're
Wait.
running
I just want to
away
be. I
from
just want to
him
be clear.
and you want to
I just
do
want to be
whatever
clear.
you
So
want.
you think every single person who's following me knows God exists and is just lying?
Every single person that's ever lived knows God exists. Now, does everybody know God doesn't have a personal relationship with him? No, that they do not. Not everybody has that relationship with God.
I'm afraid that's not the case.
But everybody does
Do you have a
know God.
real argument, or is it just psychoanalysis?
It's not more of a psychoanalysis. This is based off what the Bible says.
Oh yeah, the Bible
And,
does
you
say
know-
that. Unfortunately, that's another instance of it not being true, because I actually don't know that God exists, and you're like conspiratorial and like you're like, oh well, you definitely think
So-
that God exists. You must think that God exists. The Bible says you think God exists, and reject him anyway. No, I have good reason for thinking God does not exist, and for that reason, I do not think God exists.
You think God does not exist? That's the craziest thinking I've ever heard.
This is like
Because
pretty
if God
basic.
doesn't
Like
exist,
if
then
you think
you
this is
just leave
crazy
yourself
philosophy,
open.
or if you think that's like crazy
You just
thinking,
leave
this is
yourself
like
open
the
just
this is the
to
majority
anything.
view. This is the majority view of like philosophers.
Think as you like, but you not believing in God, just saying he doesn't exist. You just leave yourself open to believe in whatever else you want to.
Yeah, I
right
simply
now,
believe that he's not real.
Yeah,
Like
and
your
we
argument
can
has been
replace
reduced to
that.
such absurdity that all you can do is like shake your fist at clouds and say, "You believe God exists. I know you believe God exists. I hate to break
You
it to
know
you.
God
I don't
exists.
think God exists. Sorry."
You can think however you want. It doesn't get rid of God.
Yeah, that's so then we agree that I don't think God exists. Also, you haven't responded to
Yeah,
a
you
single one of
believe
my
he doesn't
arguments, and
exist,
I've
even though
completely
you know that he
dismantled
exists.
all of your arguments. So I have good reason
It has
for
nothing to do
thinking that
about
God doesn't
arguments
exist.
or anything.
It does.
But let's go back to the topic because this is going a little too far now.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the whole lesbianism thing. Like I said, God didn't make man.
This,
for
buddy, I've
man
already
or
debunked
woman
this
for woman.
talking point. You got washed on this one. You can't use this
Buddy,
one. You lost the God debate like egregiously. You had to resort to psychoanalyzing your opponents and all of my followers instead of actually making a real argument. Like you can't appeal to God after you just lost the God debate so hard.
Buddy, it's not a debate.
It is a
you're just
debate.
coming at it
The
from
tag
a
on my
debating
live
type
literally
of
says
view.
debates. It is a debate.
Because you're just having like a worthless argument. You're just trying to debate because there's no sense of debating. You ask the question, hey, why is lesbian man wrong? And I'm telling you.
Yeah. I mean, do you have anything else?
God,
Otherwise, I'll probably
God.
move on to the next guest.
Read your Bible, buddy. It says,
All right. Sounds good. Well, I appreciate you coming on up here.
Yep, see?
Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, make sure you double tap on that screen, share it with your friends, drop a comment as well. Let's get all the way up to 40K likes. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well, so you never miss a live in the future. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -E, and the Cash App is just allegedly and I appreciate any and all support. Both of them are in my bio. They allow me to stream for longer every single day. And with that, we can go to the very next guest.
Yo.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
What does wrong mean?
I mean, wrong is just going to be like immoral in this sense.
So is morality subjective?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you think that it's wrong.
Well, I think morality is objective, so how do we go from this point?
Well, I just want to know, yeah, it's like an internal critique, I guess. So I'm just asking you, like, if you think that it's wrong. It's not that complicated.
I think it fits outside of the guidelines God set up for us, but that's my objective standard.
Okay, I mean, we could do the God debate. I just think that we're already, like, scheduled to do this already.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that if this subject was abortion, if the subject was anything to do with morality, it gets to God. I don't think there's a way around that.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We can totally run the God debate. So,
well, no. Hold on. I think that I'll try to make a non-God argument for it.
Yeah, gotcha. Go for it.
Well, I'll say, if I'm going to speak legally, that legally people should be allowed to do whatever they want within reason.
Sure.
We could both agree to that. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that in the public school system, I don't think this is the fact that taxpayers should have a right, especially parents should have a right to what's being taught to their children in the public school system.
Do you think if there's like a community of flat earthers that they should be able to mandate that the public schools teach about like flat earth?
I think that if that's what their district is, I mean, it's a state by state issue, right? Because this is the republic that we live in.
I guess I think that's an absurdity. I think that I think that schooling should be standardized. I don't think that people should be taught certain things or not taught different things. I think that kids should be taught things that are true.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to remain principled here. So I understand that you're testing my frame of thinking, my logic with that question. I think that then
I'm not, to be clear, I'm not saying that like this doesn't connect to Christianity. Essentially what I'm saying is that it's fine for people to say that like lesbians exist. That's like a fine statement because it's true.
Who's saying otherwise? That they don't exist?
Yeah. So I mean, I like, my principle is just that schools should be teaching things that are true. It's a true statement that lesbians exist. Therefore, I think that it's in line with schools to have some mention in like sex ed that lesbians exist.
P3DOs exist. I don't think we should be teaching children about what goes on with P3DOs' minds behind closed doors. I think there are certain subjects that should be off limits and should be left to the parents to teach the children.
No, because I actually was taught about P3DOs and I'm better off for it. This is what all the research on the matter seems to indicate, that teaching your kids about the existence of people who might want to take advantage of them allows them the language to express these ideas that they've been taken advantage of. A great way to stop P3DOs is to teach your kids that P3DOs exist and what interactions are appropriate or inappropriate.
I don't disagree with that, but the parents should be teaching the kids, not the state. Because at the end of the day, who should we be appealing to? Parents teaching the children, or the state, the government, having the public school system teach these social issues to children? And I think it should be left to the parents, not the state.
I think that's like the job of schools is to teach things. So I'm not sure what the issue with teaching kids just like true facts about the world, that some people might try to take advantage of them and that they should reach out to a trusted adult if somebody does try to take advantage of them, that these people are not like P3DOs aren't respected at all and can be taken down very easily if you just like go to a trusted adult and share that information with them. I think that this is a thing that should be taught universally because I think it's like super immoral for any kid to not know this.
So why is it then appropriate or necessary to tell 6-year-olds about the LGBT community?
Yeah, because some 6-year-olds might like fall into this as they get older or grow up, and I think it's going to be about like age appropriate teaching. I don't think that we should be going into detail about what lesbian sex is or anything like that, showing visuals like things that are like egregiously inappropriate. Just the idea that there's like some women who like women and some men who like men, and that's fine. Like that's just who they are.
So why is that appropriate to tell a 6-year-old?
Because we also show them that like some men like women.
They have a mother and father.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I just think information is empowering. That if people know that these things exist and they can put labels and words to it, then the world becomes less confusing when they encounter a couple who is lesbian to understand this. And it becomes less confusing when if they themselves, when they get older and develop like more nuanced feelings, are able to experience these things on their own. They're able to recognize their feelings and express that they think that they are this thing when they realize that they are this thing.
Let me zoom out here a little bit. This is where more of my origin of the issue comes into play. The state, at the end of the day, is going to override the parents' decision that the parents don't want this to be taught. The parents say, we want to paint the worldview for our children with these social issues. We are okay with the teachers teaching about math, science, but we are not okay with the teachers telling about these critical social issues. So you're saying, okay, the state is going to override the parents' decision then. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, because I think our goal for children should be their overall well-being. So I'd give you this example. Let's go back to like the P3 dose example. So let's say that we have like a 10-year-old girl who lives with her father who is single, and her father is a P3 who abuses her egregiously.
Right.
I would much rather prefer we have the school tell everybody about this thing, that this is a phenomena that happens, such that this person is empowered with the information that what is happening to her is not normal and is wrong, versus putting it up to the dad who is abusing her to tell her this information.
Mm-hmm. So isn't there a counselor at every public school that handles situations like this?
Well, yeah, but if people don't know, because people don't know what interactions are appropriate or inappropriate, like P3dos like mask their intentions and do other sorts of things, like they frame it as like a little game, or like a secret that they can't tell anybody. And if you brought it out into the open that this is a bad thing that happened to you, and the person who does this is a bad person, but there's nothing wrong with you if this happened to you, that like you're not a bad person and you didn't ask for this and nobody's going to be mad at you. If you bring all this out into the public, all the information about it into the public, it enables the people who are actually the victims of this thing to take steps to avoid it in the future. Not telling them about it only enables their abusers.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. And I think there's already a department in every public school that can handle issues such as this. There's counselors to deal with things like this. If the staff members, if the adults at the school see that there's something fishy going on, they bring the kid into the counselor's office.
So they only go to the counselors if they know. In many such cases, it's going to be up to the kid to take the initiative. That there can be like things that are fishy going on, and there's like easy ways to get around it if the kid doesn't have language to express what actually happened to them. But also, Agbor, thanks so much for the $5 on Venmo. Huge W Agbor in the comment section. I appreciate that. If anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much.
Okay, so to not get too far off the subject at hand.
Yeah.
So you think that it is normal that you think that two women being together in a romantic relationship is normal and should be normalized and should be taught to children?
I don't really know what like if normal means that it's like a frequently occurring thing, then yeah, I mean, it's like prevalent in most of our population. If it means like the majority of the population, obviously not. The majority of the population isn't lesbians. Right. I think that it's like a thing that occurs that people will run into throughout their lives. And I don't think that there's any harm in teaching it to children because it gives them a framework to better understand the world, which I think is the job of school.
So what exactly do you want that in your ideal view that every public school teaches children?
I just think like during like the sex ed unit, like
At
mentioning
what
like,
age?
hey, by the way, well, I did sex ed in like fifth grade. That seems reasonable to me.
See, I think that, again, that's another inappropriate thing. I think sex ed should be taught from the parents. I don't think that should be stranger adults telling children that are not their own kids about sexual education.
I mean, I'm not sure why, because there's like good and bad ways to teach sex ed. There's ways that are proven to have good, effective outcomes, and there are ways that are proven to do the exact opposite. So, for example, if you teach your kids abstinence-only education, it's substantially more likely that they're going to have like a teen pregnancy. Whereas if you just teach them how to use a condom, like no matter what you teach them, kids are going to have sex, or not kids, but like teenagers are going to have sex. I think it's going to be a question of like enabling them to do this in ways which are safe.
I mean, there's parent teacher conferences. So I think when it comes to subjects like this, in my ideal worldview, the teachers have this set list of things that you said, there's proper ways to teach sexual education, and they can give the parents their advice, and the parents can then decide what to teach the children. But I don't think the teachers, the state, should override the parents' decision and say, hey, we're going to teach your children about sexual education. I don't think I think that's crossing a boundary. I don't think that's appropriate.
No, I think that we should be concerned primarily, above all else, about the well-being of the kids. We know that the kids have better well-being if they're taught about sex education in a specific way. It seems like you care more about like the parents having control over the kids, whereas my stance is rooted strictly in the well-being of the kids themselves.
I think we disagree with who the authority should be over the children, because we agree there should be an authority. We all have an authority. The government's an authority to us. And I think the parents should have the overriding decision as the authority to their own children than parents. I mean, not the parents, than teachers. Teachers shouldn't override the authority of the parents. That's where you and I disagree.
Okay, but you acknowledge that your primary concern is not the well-being of the children.
No, my primary concern is the well-being of the children, but that's going to be subjective, don't you think, to the parents? Because the well-being of your parents, I imagine, contradicts some of the well-being intentions of my parents and the parents of the people listening. It's not like they have a all agreed upon collective view of what it means to have well-being for the children. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but I don't value every parent's like view of the well-being of their child. So if
Nor
there's,
do
like,
nor do we value the view of every teacher's. We don't think that the state
which is why it
has
needs to be standardized.
Well, I think math, science, certain objective material being taught to kids, sure. But when it comes to social issues, how do you standardize social issues when there's so many different worldviews in this country?
Yeah, you standardize it by evaluating what maximizes well-being for the kid. I think that you and I could both hopefully agree that what's going to maximize well-being is not practices that we know lead to teen pregnancy, but is rather going to be practices that lead to people engaging in these things in a safe, just like a safe manner. Above all else, it should be safe. We should not have kids who are pregnant. That's like the worst thing one of the worst things that could possibly happen to these kids. And the way to do that, to ensure that this doesn't happen, is to teach them sex ed that has been proven to be effective.
Okay, so I understand your view. I get it. I think that should be the role of the parents. I think that there's exceptions to that if a kid is an orphan, or if a kid parent, like if there's exceptions to what I'm saying, but if the kid has two loving parents at home, the role of teaching about sex education should be the kid. But the subject at hand again is about if being a lesbian is wrong, and I think it is wrong to tell children that it's normal in the school system. I think that is wrong.
Yeah, and I'll I do want to acknowledge that that's is it wrong to teach kids about this isn't the topic, but I'll engage with it anyway, despite the because I've been engaging with it all this time, and also it's not like too far off from the topic. Again, I think that it's just going to come down to the age and the level of which you're teaching them. I think there's wrong ways to teach kids about people who are lesbians. I think if you are going into detail about sex acts, you need to be fucking dragged away and thrown into a grave or something. But if you're just telling them, hey, by the way, lesbians are people who exist, there's some women who like other women, and that's just who they are. I don't see anything inappropriate with that.
So I think we can both agree, obviously, at some point in these kids' lives, when they at 13, 14, 15, 16 years old, they're eventually going to come to the realization that, as you say, it's important to teach that lesbians exist. They're going to find that they exist. They have access to social media. This is not the 1940s that they don't have access to the technology that we have today. They're going to see, why do you think it's so prudent on teachers to tell children that lesbians exist? They're going to learn it at some point in their life.
Yeah. So the reason why I think it's important is because there's many cases, and I don't know how many like gay or lesbian friends you have, but there's lots of people who would tell you a story about being like deeply confused about who they are and their feelings because they were raised thinking that the only acceptable relationship was one between a man and a woman, and they were very confused by their own personal feelings on the matter. I think an easy way to reduce this confusion and to make their their sense of wholeness more secure is to teach them that some people are like this and that there's nothing inherently wrong with it, or like wrong with it at all. In terms of social media, them finding out on social media, I would rather them find out in a way that is accurate and standardized rather than whatever information they happen to stumble upon on social media. I want the fact that lesbians exist to be taught in a neutral way. When on social media, your first encounter with lesbians could be a lesbian being shamed, which just further confuses the child. I just think that there's a lot of unnecessary confusion that we could avoid by teaching them in a standardized way.
Okay, so let's put this in a practical sense. These kids are sitting in the classroom, let's say it's third grade, and you're advising that it's a good idea to standardize teaching that LGBT people exist. So what does the teacher tell the classroom? Hey, guys, lesbians exist. Now, what is 2 + 3 again? Like, do you think that there should be an entire category for like a semester being taught about LGBT, or simply lesbians exist and lesbians are two women in a relationship?
Yeah, so I just think that they should be, they should have access to books that, like, you know, these books shouldn't like go into detail about like lesbian sex acts or anything like that, because that would be wild. But, you know, just like characters who are lesbians, that seems like perfectly reasonable to me. Or in like during sex ed, I think that that's like a perfectly fine time to discuss, like just make mention again that, by the way, there are like some people who are lesbian, there's like some like women who like women, and this is ways for them to practice safe sex. Agbor, thanks so much for the additional $1 on Venmo. I appreciate that. W Agbor in the comment section. If anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo is allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Agbor, thank you so much.
Okay, so I think that this is inherently sexual, because when the kids say, eventually they're going to ask the question, because kids like to ask why to a lot of things. When the teacher says lesbian couples exist, well, what is a lesbian? Well, it's two women in a relationship. Well, a relationship like we have with you as the teacher? No, not like that. Oh, a relationship like we have with our parents? No, not like that. Oh, okay, a relationship, what kind? A romantic relationship. Oh, what does that mean? So it's going to become sexual very quick to explain what a lesbian couple is. And I don't think that that is appropriate to tell children. I think you should leave that to the parents.
No, okay, wait. So first of all, Iffy, I'd like to thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. W Iffy in the comment section. I really appreciate that. I don't think there's anything inherently sexual or necessarily sexual about it. In the same way that you can demonstrate, like you can show like a couple on TV who doesn't have kids in like a child cartoon, just like a regular couple who you know, likes each other. I remember like Adventure Time. There was an entire part of Adventure Time where Finn the human was dating like Flame Princess, and it was fine. It was like totally like appropriate for kids. They would have, you know, they would be like a kiss or something, and then that would be like the extent of it. And I think that you can just explain that the exact same way. You can say that like, yeah, in the same way that some men like some women and they're like boyfriends and girlfriends, there's like some women who like other women and they can be like girlfriend and girlfriend.
See, but that's normalizing it. I don't think something that is abnormal should be normalized to children. I think children don't feel a type of way when they see a man and a woman, because that's inherently in our biological blueprint that's what's normal. That's what they see. That's the only way you can produce life. So even in nature. But then with some reasonable exceptions, but for the most part, it's male and female. But when kids see that two women are in that way, obviously there's a knee-jerk reaction there. There's something that's a little off. So you want to normalize that. I don't think that's appropriate to normalize that to children in the public school.
I don't think it's normalized. So depending on what you mean by normalizing, if all you mean by normalizing is saying that this is like a thing that exists more than straight couples, then obviously, like, I don't think that that's true. But I think what's more like a more accurate description of it is destigmatizing it. I don't think that there's any reason to have a stigma around a healthy, loving lesbian relationship. And I think that you can remove this stigma by just saying, hey, by the way, these people exist and it's okay to be this way, and there's like no need for judgment.
I think that there is a stigma for a reason, because this is not normal behavior. And listen, I think that the law should exist that adults, consenting adults, can do whatever they want within reason. But the problem occurs when these consenting adults in this community step over a line and say, hey, we want to teach your children with your tax-paying dollars in the public school system that our love for the same sex is normal. No. Don't tell my children that it's normal. Why do we have to cross that line and tell children this?
Do you think that, well, okay, first of all, I've already explained this because it like reduces the confusion when they encounter lesbian couples in their day-to-day lives. And also if they themselves figure out that they're lesbian, then it's extremely valuable for them to learn this information. But in terms of, I think I would ask you, do you think that things that aren't normal, first of all, can you give me a definition of normal? I just want to be clear we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah. I will, just for the sake of argument, let me just pull one up.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we can have at least a framework.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're not many such cases where people are just defining like a word differently and we're talking past each other because we define the word differently. I just want to make sure that we have a shared definition.
Conforming to a standard, usual, typical, or expected.
Usual, typical, or expected.
Lesbian relationships don't match the definition of normal based off those categorical.
Okay, sure. Right. So do you think that if something is not normal, that it should be stigmatized?
What do you mean by stigmatized? Put down, insult?
Yeah, have baggage added to it, or have like some level of like societal shame associated with it.
No, I don't think someone born without an arm should be societally shamed.
I agree. Yeah. So then it seems like what would be your foundation for not wanting to destigmatize lesbian relationships? You said that they should be stigmatized, and your reasoning for that was because they're abnormal. To me, this seems to indicate that you think that things that are abnormal should be stigmatized.
I mean, stigmatized so far in the sense that I'm not going to pretend that this is normal. And I think a lot of people in that community would agree that that's stigmatization, for me to not concede that their relationship is normal, and for me to not want to tell children that it's normal. I think a lot of people in the LGBT community would hear what I'm saying right now and say, that's stigmatizing to us.
I think so. It depends entirely. If we're going based on this definition of normal, I don't think that there's something wrong with saying that it's like not normal. I just don't think that things that are not normal deserve to be stigmatized. That like being disabled is not normal. I don't think that being disabled deserves to be stigmatized. So I can acknowledge that like lesbians are not especially common. Like it's probably like 3 to 4% of the population. I'm not sure. I don't have exact statistics. That it's like a small portion of the population. And despite being a small portion of the population, it doesn't deserve to be stigmatized.
Again, it depends how you define stigmatized. I hear your definition. I don't think that I fit that definition of stigmatization. But I mean, so I'll tell you where I have disagreement. You said that, well, it can be when you're teaching children this, it can be in the books they're reading. You didn't say TV shows, but I imagine that's like another component. It can be in the TV shows to kind of normalize this behavior. I don't think it should be in the books they're reading. I don't think it should be in the TV shows they're watching. And I don't think it should be in the classrooms that they're learning from, because that's when you start normalizing the behavior. Like it's just the same as your parents, your mother and father. No, it's not the same thing. There's an obvious distinction here. And where do we draw the line of what's not okay? Because I don't think that you would want to tell children that a lesbian relationship is appropriate if those two women are sisters. They're adults, but they're sisters. I don't think you're going to think that that's okay. So then where do we get to draw the line of, obviously this is not appropriate?
Well, yeah. So I think that we draw the line where we draw the line with every other relationship. That if I think it's less important to teach them what the composition of a relationship should be, and more important to teach them about like what a healthy relationship looks like what a non-abusive relationship looks like, what a loving relationship looks like. And of course, like sometimes the composition necessarily indicates like a non-loving, non-healthy relationship. Like if the composition is like an adult and a child, then yeah, like that's, we should teach them that that's bad. But that's bad because of the abusive aspects of it and the harmful aspects of it, rather than like I think that which the composition leads to, rather than like the composition in and of itself. That insofar as if you can teach that like lesbians are capable of having like loving relationships, and tell them that lesbians can have relationships, and that what you should strive for above all else is a relationship that is loving and healthy.
Okay, so let's say that becomes standardized and they want to teach that. Well, then someone can come in and say, well, to these children, 77%. There's a number of statistics that show 77% of that community has a divorce rate in the lesbian marriages. And there's a lot of abuse and interpartner violence. And there's a lot of things that are more prominent in lesbian relationships than in heterosexual relationships. So is it, but if that's introduced to the kids, hey, no, that's hateful. That's stigmatizing us to use those statistics. No, it's not. If you're going to pretend it's normal, then I'm going to show the opposite side, how it's abnormal and the effects of the abnormality of the relationship.
Yeah, so there's two things here. First, there's lots of abuse and lots of divorce in heterosexual relationships, which means that I don't think that it would make sense to uniquely teach that lesbian relationships have like a lot of abuse or a high divorce rate, because that's going to be true of like straight relationships even more so, or like not more so, but at like at similar rates to straight relationships, these things are going to occur. The second problem is that these statistics do not take into account the actual causes of these things. In many cases, the perpetrator of violence against people who are lesbian is actually men. That if you look at these statistics, that when it refers to the domestic partner violence, it's referring to relationships that they've previously been in. Additionally, that these statistics reflect like things like widespread homophobia, the fact that like lots of gay people get kicked out of their house and are thus forced to stay in like really abusive relationships, because if they don't stay in these relationships, they will literally be homeless. I think that these things are more a reflection of homophobia than they are anything that's like inherent to a lesbian relationship or couldn't be solved by solving systemic issues.
I mean, you can categorize it as homophobia. I'm just looking at the statistics. And the
I'm not saying that the statistics are homophobia. I'm saying that they are a result of like societal homophobia.
Their wrongdoings in the relationship are a result of societal homophobia.
No, well, so in like some instances, right, that it makes more sense for an abusive relationship to occur when one of the parties literally cannot leave the relationship.
Whose fault is that?
That would be society's fault, because
wait. If two women are in a relationship and one of them is abusing the other and forcing them to remain, that's society's fault?
There's two. Well, so obviously, it's the fault of the person who is abusing them, like,
right,
has lots of moral responsibility and blame in this situation, of course, obviously.
Right.
Society also has responsibility because it enables them to abuse to their partner, because it prevents them from leaving because of widespread societal homophobia. Lots of like queer people get kicked out of their house at a really young age, which means that they're going to be homeless unless they stick in this relationship. So they have a choice. They either stay in a relationship which is abusive or which has been allowed to grow so toxic that it has become abusive, or they can leave and be homeless and like starve to death. It's their choice, but it's not really a choice. So I think that it's like the fact that there's if there are, in fact, like widespread abusive lesbian relationships, that would probably be because of people not being enabled to leave them because of like widespread homophobia.
So I think that there's a lot of straight people that are kicked out of their homes for any number of reasons. And I don't think that the alternative is you're going to starve to death in the United States. That you don't see people just starving to death and dropping dead. That does not happen. I mean, I'm not saying it never happens, but when you actually look at the rate of people that are impoverished, that are starving to death, it's next to none. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's just the extreme other side of, well, if they leave this relationship, they're going to starve to death. No, that's not the case. Is it wrong that they got kicked out of their home? I think that parents should love their kids no matter what, within reason, but they should do their best to keep the best interest of their children. Kicking them out of the home, straight or not straight, yeah, I agree. That's not going to be very conducive to your kid's life, most likely. But to then use that as the excuse, no, I don't agree. And I think that more so it's how abnormal these relationships are that lead to these divorce rates and abuse rates than it is society not accept. No, I just don't agree with that.
Do you have any evidence that this results not from society or from like societal pressures that force people to stay in these relationships like coercively rather than like, do you have any evidence that it's because these relationships are like abnormal rather than like societal pressures that force people to stay in otherwise like really bad relationships?
I mean, the relationships are definitionally abnormal. But if you're asking, do I have evidence?
No, I'm asking you if you have evidence that that's where like the abuse statistics would even come from, like just the abnormality of the relationships, rather than a societal pressure that forces people to become dependent on their partners. Absent that, they'd be like homeless.
Well, I think,
yeah,
I think that we live in a time that's never been more accepting of this community, yet the statistics are still bearing out in a way that's not, it's not like the divorce rates are going down. It's not like the abuse rates are going down. So if we're currently living in a time that's never been more accepting of that lifestyle, then why are the opposite trends not happening in the divorce rates and in the abuse rates?
Okay, wait. So this is like just not the case. So this could be true at like a widespread societal level. However, in many cases, like I know off the top of my head, I know that the rate at which trans people get kicked out of their house is at 25%. If somebody is openly trans as a minor, they get kicked out 25% of the time. I think that if I looked at the rate for lesbians, it would probably be somewhat similar, that it would be like in the same vein. So if you get kicked out of your house extremely early, and the only place you have to stay is at your like a partner who is very abusive towards you, you have two options: either get abused or be homeless. Whereas if we had a society that didn't kick people out of their houses, you actually have two different options. You have get abused or don't get abused. You're muted, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, my bad. Okay, so you're saying the alternative to staying in this relationship would be to be homeless.
Yeah, so if your parents kick you out of the house and you have nowhere to go other than like a partner who is abusive towards you, then your options are just be abused or be homeless. Many people would much rather be abused than be homeless.
So what relationship are they forced to stay in?
The one where they're being abused.
What relationship? Who's abusing them?
Their partner.
So wait a second, hold on. So you're saying someone in a same-sex relationship that's being abused has no choice but to remain in that relationship?
They have two. Well, no, they do have another choice. The other choice is be homeless. If I had to choose between being in an abusive relationship and being homeless, I would probably pick the abusive relationship.
Right, and the person abusing them happens to be someone in this community, and that's 100% the fault of the person that's abusing them. That's not.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it is their fault. Like, that's like super fucked up. Like, I'm not saying that like, well, they only abuse them because of homophobia. I'm saying that they are enabled to abuse people because of homophobia. That these relationships, that statistics around lesbian abuse would be substantially lower if lesbian people were more accepted and able to actually go elsewhere when things got like abusive with a partner rather than being dependent on an abusive partner.
Okay, so then I understand your argument. So then if I were to tell you for all of the heterosexual relationships, women experiencing abuse from a man, if I were to then say, well, the men are abusing the women because there's a societal push to put men down, and that's the reason that men are doing that, that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I just don't think that so that wouldn't, to me, that wouldn't implicate the, So that wouldn't, to me, implicate or be analogous, because in the lesbian scenario, it's literally an inability to leave a toxic relationship, which then spirals into abuse, and they're now trapped in that relationship, this abusive relationship, versus this like straight relationship where, in many but not all cases, the party being abused can exit most of the time, depending on the financial situation. And it doesn't really make sense to, like, I'm not giving an account of why people abuse other people, although I'd probably attribute maybe both instances to patriarchy. I don't know. I'd have to think more about that.
Wait, you're going to blame the lesbian relationships abuse rates because of patriarchy?
But I don't know. I think I need to think more about it. I have no idea. Maybe.
Okay. I mean, I think that, I do think it's analogous. I do think that what you're proposing as well, a lot of the abuse that occurs in these lesbian relationships is because this homophobic societal view that we have. And I could say, well, I think a lot of the abuse in heterosexual relationships is because of an anti-men feminist view that we have in our society. So, but you're not willing to accept one. I don't accept either, by the way. I think that anyone that's an abuser, it's the fault of that person. And I'm not going to use society or their parents to justify like, well, no, that person is at fault totally. It's no one else's fault.
I agree. So my point is not that this person isn't at fault. It's just that in like a lesbian relationship that is abusive, or in many relationships that involve queer people that are abusive, it's because their abuser is enabled to behave in this way because of societal homophobia that traps people in these harmful relationships. So the equivalent would be if there was like a factor that trapped women or whoever else in abusive relationships. It's the critique is about what enables this abuse, not what actually causes the abuse.
So what enables the abuse?
Yeah, so I'm not giving an account of like what causes like one lesbian to abuse another one. I'm like giving an account of why a lesbian who's being abused is not capable of leaving.
Look, I just think it's interesting that society looks at women getting abused in a heterosexual relationship and concludes rightfully that there's a problem, that there's a problem there, and the problem is the man. But then when we look at lesbian relationship abuses, it's like, oh, the problem is also the man. The men are the reason that they're doing like this.
Well, wait. I'm not gonna commit to that position. I think I'm agnostic as to the specific causes of like domestic violence.
Okay. Well, still, the onus is on the woman abusing the other one. She is the problem. It's not because of society.
Why not both?
Do you grant that for heterosexual relationships, that men are abusing women because of this societal push?
No, but I would probably, an account I actually probably would give is that I think that, so in many cases, women are expected to stay at home, and because of this, they have very little financial freedom. Many women stay at home and are unable to leave an abusive relationship just because they've been expected to be like a stay-at-home mom or a stay-at-home, what the hell? What is this doing? Sorry about that. Yeah, it was asking me to like slide a puzzle piece over. I think many women are forced to stay at home in the first place and are unable to leave an abusive relationship simply because they don't have the financial freedom to do so, because their husband makes all the money and is also abusive towards them. So they literally have no money with which to leave the relationship and not be homeless. Okay, so you can't use that excuse with the lesbian relationship because both are women, right? So they both have to work. Not necessarily. I think the dynamics in lesbian, like many times both work. Sometimes it's only one working. I think lesbian relationships are just as dynamic as heterosexual relationships. Okay. I just wanted to bring it back again to the topic. I would just leave it at this. I don't want to take up much more time so other people can come up. I appreciate the time that we've had so far. So, okay, I want to finish up with this question then. So why is it wrong if, let's say, two biological sisters grow up, they're of consenting age, they grew up in different households, mind you, let's say. Their parents are divorced, one grew up with the mom, one grew up with the dad, all right? Let's say that they just hypothetically never saw each other. Is it wrong then for these biological sisters at a consenting age to be in a relationship? Romantic relationship? Yeah, I think that incest is bad, yeah. Why? So for my morality, I tend to appeal to just like moral intuitions that are an expression of an emotion. and I'm like a moral particularist, so I don't really believe in like specific moral rules. But what I do believe in is that this makes me feel bad, and that when things make me feel bad, when I dislike something or I morally disapprove of it, my expression of this emotion is going to be to say that it's immoral. So I think that moral expressions are just like the equivalent of saying boo or yay. And my reaction to this is going to be a boo. So for that reason, I would say that it's immoral.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I strongly disagree with that. I think that morality is objective. I don't care how many people in society are saying boo. I think that there's things that are objectively wrong and there's things that are objectively not wrong. And in this case, it's interesting that you draw the line at two women in a relationship, but they happen to be biological sisters, but they're consenting to this relationship, but that makes you feel weird. Well, what about all of the people that same-sex relationships make them feel weird? Is it appropriate that they say that that's immoral then?
Oh, so this misunderstands the claim of subjective morality. But Amanda, thanks so much for, I think, the $2 on Cash App. Huge W, Amanda, in the comment section. I really appreciate that. If anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate it, and thank you so much for the support. So this misunderstands the claim. I believe in subjective morality, which is not the truth of the claims are going to be that I perceive like a same-sex incestuous couple to be wrong, and this, which is true, and that homophobes perceive gay couples to be wrong, which is also true. I do perceive it in that way, and they also do perceive it in that way. That's what subjective morality is claiming. The propositions themselves don't have truth values.
So in that worldview, then those homophobes, as you categorize them, are just as correct as you are.
No, because these things don't have truth values.
Okay, then listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. I don't know if we're talking past each other. So if we're looking to see if this action is immoral, well, you have a community of people saying that makes me feel wrong. And subjectively, I think that same-sex couple, and then you say, no, it doesn't make me feel wrong. So who's morally correct here?
Who's morally correct where?
So you think...
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, no, it's, so more, okay. So I'm what's called a moral non-cognitivist. I don't think moral statements, moral propositions have true or false values to them. What I do think moral propositions are just an expression of one's emotions. That's like the second layer to it. I'm an emotivist. I think that when we say that like this thing is moral, this thing is immoral, all we're doing is like essentially expressing an emotion at each other. That we're saying like, yay, this thing, yay, charity, boo, murder. I'm not giving a proposition. These things don't have truth values to them. I'm just expressing an emotion when I say that like unaliving people is wrong.
I think there are obvious truth values to morality. I think that grape is wrong 100% of the time, no matter what anybody says. So
I do as well.
But I don't. So what in the subjective moral worldview, if someone says grape is wrong because boo, and if the other person says, well, we can procreate quicker, and I think that it's justified, yay, then who is wrong in that sense? In a subjective
so these statements don't have truth values. They're not truth apt. It's like a nonsense question. It's like asking like, is coconut 3?
No, it's not a nonsense question. I think.
Yeah. So wait, because I just don't think that these statements. I think neither of these statements are true or false. I think it's just an expression of an internal emotion. That they're expressing positive emotions towards this, and I'm expressing negative emotions towards that.
Yeah, but
it's not a matter of like right or wrong. It's subjective.
No. I think with grape, it's a matter of right or wrong, and I think everybody would agree that grape is wrong. So it is a matter of.
Well,
right.
I agree that grape is wrong. Of course, obviously.
Okay, so
the critique, to be clear, is just that if somebody thought grape wasn't wrong, then they would think that grape wasn't wrong.
Objectively wrong, though. See, that's the thing.
I don't believe in. So if your critique is just that subjective morality is subjective, I don't really know what to say about that. Like, correct?
Well, in the subjective morality worldview, you have to concede that the other side that disagrees with you is no more or less correct than you are, since there's no objective truth. right?
That there are no wait, but I don't think that either of these are correct. This is what you're not missing. I don't think that there's more or less correct or like an equivalent correctness. I think that correctness is not a thing that applies to these statements.
Oh, I do. That's where we disagree.
Okay, yeah. So I guess like we just have to have that debate when we
Yeah.
have it.
All right. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, yeah. If anybody else wants to see the RC and I debate God and the existence of God, we'll be there on, is it Sunday or we'll see.
Yeah,
I haven't heard back from the person yet. But.
TBD, because I'm cool with Sunday. I think he's trying to push it a little bit further, but I'm good for whenever, man.
Okay.
All right,
well,
dude.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Good talking to you.
Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well, dropping a follow if you want to see more debates like this in the future. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -E and the Cash App is just allegedly in. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, there, I can hear you. Pretty good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. How old are you?
I'm over 40.
Okay, and do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I don't think there's a matter whether it's being like it's right or wrong. I do think like the Bible talks about it as something that you don't want to do.
Okay, wait, so do you think that it's wrong is the question? Because the question is just like, why is being lesbian wrong? If you don't think it's wrong, then it seems like you don't have an answer to why being lesbian is wrong.
I do feel like it's wrong, but people need to realize like there's a lot of things that are wrong that we do that are wrong, and there's forgiveness in sin, even though that's something that you do, right?
Oh, so you think that it is wrong. Okay, wait, so your God doesn't exist, so why should I believe that being lesbian is wrong?
Well, so one, it goes against like the laws of nature, right? There's not really, you're going to decimate the population and all that if everybody goes to that point, like if everybody got on that, it's just against the laws of nature.
Wait, so where do I find these laws of nature?
Well, have you ever seen a man and a man give birth to a baby?
No, I sure haven't, but why does that matter? Like, why would it be immoral for them to not do that?
Well, I believe in the Bible, and the Bible talks about it being immoral.
Yeah, and I've already told you that your God doesn't exist, so this is not relevant to me.
Well, then I still feel like it goes against, like, nature itself.
Okay, in what way? Like, wait, so I guess like a different question, like why do I care?
Well, because then there would probably be no you.
Well, wait, so if there were no me, who would be harmed by there not being a me?
Well, over time, there would be no anybody.
Yeah, okay, and why should I care about that?
Well, I guess you shouldn't care about it.
Okay, so if I don't care about that, then we agree that you have no reason why being lesbian is wrong.
Well, part of me wants to point out like the fact of like cultural warfare, right? Not to say that people don't have like some of those feelings, but I watched a documentary on Adolf Hitler and what he did to the Jewish people, and he gave them stuff to mess up their hormones and make them have mixed feelings and emotions, and there's all these things like in our environment now. So wait,
but like what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like I think forcing people to take hormones and like screwing up their emotions, like that's certainly wrong because it was done without consent or like their bodily, like it's a violation of bodily autonomy. But what the hell does that have to do with lesbians?
That's being pushed on our kids now.
Huge pivot away from like your documentary about like Adolf Hitler to being like pushed on your kids. Why is being lesbian wrong? Like, why is being lesbian wrong? This has nothing to do with the question.
Well, I answered that, and it's like you want me to elaborate on it more when I just say it's unnatural. Like,
wait. So, do you think that death is natural?
That what is?
Do you think death is natural?
It wasn't always, but it is now.
You think death wasn't always natural?
No.
So I'm just asking right now: is death natural?
In the beginning, there was no death. 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 In the beginning
Though that's not true though, because sure, that's fine. Well, I'll just hop into the God debate. So, the Adam and Eve story is just not true, and the reason why it's just not true is, the Adam and Eve story rather can't account for things like death because we know that there were lots of species, like dinosaurs, for example, which existed before humans, and that these things died.
Well, so people that are listening, there's a lot of, you can go to like Answers in Genesis, and there's hundreds of people with PhDs in genomics, astrology, and they go through a lot of these talking points about, well, even like archaeological evidence is showing like man and dinosaur living together.
Oh, that's not true at all. There's literally no archaeological evidence or geological evidence or paleontological evidence that man and dinosaurs lived together. They were separated by millions and millions of years.
No, there's a mountain of evidence.
Yeah, so yeah, point me in the direction of this evidence.
So you can go back to like ancient, like in Answers in Genesis, they show like archaeological remains, like civilizations that were built that had like dinosaurs carved into the stones.
Yeah. So wait. So I'm going to Answers in Genesis. Sounds like a good unbiased source, by the way. So Answers in Genesis.
There is no unbiased source of any.
Yeah, well, there is. Like, there's sources who are more or less biased. This one is directly a Christian source, whereas like a peer-reviewed source could be written by a Christian who takes a secular approach to the research because they recognize that that's the intellectually more rigorous thing to do.
Well, you don't think that would apply to people that want to appeal that God doesn't exist?
No, because I think that there's no reason why these scientists couldn't also just be Christians in their personal time. Thanks so much for the heart, me and roses. I appreciate it.
We don't know like what tests and studies we're doing. We're just hearing like.
Oh yes, we do. I could explain them to you easily. So we're able to date these dinosaur bones. We're able to date these dinosaur bones through uranium-lead dating, which allows us to tell the time period by figuring out the prevalence or like the ratio of uranium and comparing it to the ratio of a specific like lead molecule. And then from that, we're capable of determining with just basic maths how old these bones are specifically. And then from that, we can also do the same thing with the earliest human fossils because we know around what time humans came into existence. So we can apply this exact same method to these human bones and then determine that these things are that they existed around 200,000 years ago versus the dinosaurs that existed like hundreds of millions of years ago. So there's going to be like 100 million years in between humans and dinosaurs.
Well, they do those tests on living creatures and they find out that they're like 100,000 years old when they're still living.
No, they don't. Can you give me any evidence that people do these tests on living creatures and find that?
This has a lot of that.
Yeah. Give me the specific source. Thanks so much for the hand heart. Yeah, I'm not going to scroll through the entire Answers in Genesis page. It just sounds like you've been spending too much time on that page and that they've convinced you of nonsense. Thanks so much for the finger hearts. I appreciate that. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen while we wait for the guest to return with the sources specifically. Share it with your friends. Drop a follow. Drop a comment as well. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. And if you want to join the community, as many already have, the Discord, the link to the Discord is in the bio. I would love to see you there. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy. I notify you every single time that I go live. Thanks so much for the Forever Rose. I really appreciate that. And thanks so much for the bear. I appreciate that as well. Guest, if you're talking right now, or if you want to talk, I can't hear you unless you come back onto the TikTok app.
Oh, okay. So there's just like Answers in Genesis. If you like look up, they go through like.
Yeah. What article am I looking up specifically?
Answers in Genesis, radioactive dating accuracy.
Answers in Genesis, radioactive dating accuracy.
Or carbon-14 dating.
Oh, uranium lead dating is not carbon dating.
Well, uranium, they still go through like the inaccuracies of carbon-14 dating, the geologic column.
No, so the article that you cited me actually doesn't come up with the word uranium even a single time.
So why did uranium dating replace the carbon-14 dating?
It didn't necessarily replace it. It's just a different tool for a different situation. That there's like sometimes where we use screwdrivers and sometimes where we use hammers. It's just
So
a difference in the tool we use. So or carbon dating works up until I think like 50,000 years ago. Uranium-lead dating works until like 4.5 billion years ago.
Well, they were using radio or carbon-14 dating for years and years on dinosaurs. Not to mention they find dinosaurs
they weren't
that
because
are,
it only has like a
with skins to them.
50,000. So if they were doing that, then that's incorrect because it only has like a 50,000 year range.
Okay. Well, that must be a new one that they've come out with, but
So even if that's true, then it seems like your article is just outdated. Yeah, I don't think. No, I was waiting for the confirmation. Yeah, I don't think anybody would ever use this on. Yeah, wait. There's no reason why anybody would ever use this on dinosaurs. Yeah. What?
they use them on dinosaurs.
They sure don't. Can you give me a single instance where they do?
That they have used them on dinosaurs and woolly mammoths
Yeah.
and all that other.
Can I get a source on that?
Well, if I leave the app, then I can't talk.
Yeah, so you
All
can
of
leave
that
the
stuff
app
is-
and
is
then
in
go
Genesis.
find
There's
it.
like hours and
Wait,
hours.
wait. I'm not gonna take like source. Trust me, bro. You can
Well,
go and get the source if
okay,
you want me to
so-
see the source.
So you state a source on yours that the data that's collected off of those is from somebody with a bias wanting to promote a worldview,
Can you prove
Right.
that?
the same as you can prove it. Like,
Well, yeah,
Can you-
because yours is your
you-
website is Answers in Genesis. My website would be like PubMed.
you don't think that any of that data that they use, and not only that, they just well, I guess if you're not going to go through Answers in Genesis.
Well, wait, I'm willing to go through any article you want me to cite. You cited me one article. It did not say what you claimed it said. And now you refuse to cite me any more articles, probably because you're scared that
Well,
the same thing's gonna
go
happen
in
as
there.
did the
There's
last
like
time.
archaeological evidence. There's
Yeah, and
archaeological.
I'm still waiting for the source to appear from your mouth.
Well, I'm not going to be able to get that at the moment.
Okay, so it sounds like you have no source for your argument. So my worldview is based on sources and science and reasoning, whereas your worldview is based on feelings and vibes and nonsense.
No. How do you come up with that when there's PhDs in every field of study in Answers in Genesis that answer a lot of those questions?
I'm still waiting for those sources. You haven't. I have no way of verifying that. You haven't cited the sources.
I can't identify them right now because I'm on my phone and I don't have
Gotcha.
a computer
Gotcha.
next-
You left your sources in your other pants. I totally understand.
Yeah. Well, there's archaeological evidence of carvings, dinosaurs carved in stone. Somehow these ancient people found.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the source on that, or that these things were like dated to the same time period.
Okay, so the Bible talks about dinosaurs too.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, no, it doesn't. It never uses the word like. It would at least put them in the wrong time period, at bare minimum.
Okay, go to the book of Job and look up.
Yeah, the behemoth. I'm well aware. It talks about exactly one behemoth. We know that the Earth was covered
Dragon.
in dinosaurs.
hmm So where do you think the fossil record come from?
I think it comes from things that are no longer alive.
I know, but it takes special conditions for all those fossils to form,
Correct.
and a worldwide flood would do that.
It sure wouldn't. Wait, you think a worldwide flood would create fossils? Wait. So why would it create these fossils like so deep into the earth, or at like
Because-
such specific time periods? And also, if there was a worldwide flood, why do we not see water erosion on like all the way up every mountain on the planet?
Because some of the mountains weren't there. If you read the book of Psalms, it talks about the valley sank down and the mountains arose. That's like why the book, like Mount Everest, the top of Mount Everest is actually ocean bedrock, right?
Wait, do you have any evidence that the top of Mount Everest is ocean bedrock?
Yeah, you can Google it.
Okay, top of Mount Everest, ocean bedrock.
It's actually the comes from the ocean floor. And they find like clams and seashells and stuff like that fossilized on the top of it.
Oh, wait, do they? Wait, so on Mount Everest, clams found?
Mhm.
Yeah, so this seems to be like a thing that's claimed frequently, but it seems like there's no reliable sources that I can find. Like it just seems to be debunked. The first thing that comes up is the Australian Associated Press that just claims that it's not true.
That the top of Mount Everest is not ocean bedrock.
Or yeah, that they don't find like ocean fossils. So it would make sense to some degree that it would be ocean bedrock insofar as the way tectonic plates and the formation of the mountains work, that these rocks are like pushed together and pushed upwards. So that makes sense. Like that's totally fine if that is true.
I know
that would be in line with tectonic plates. That would not be a reason why. Like why wouldn't everything be ocean bedrock if that were the case?
What do you mean, why wouldn't everything be ocean bedrock?
Yeah, so the top of Mount Everest is ocean bedrock. Why wouldn't everything else be ocean bedrock too?
Well, it doesn't say that everything pushed up. Why would it be? Why? What argument would that prove?
Well, yeah, because you said that the top of Mount Everest came from flooding. That this is where like the bedrock. That's why it's ocean bedrock, because the water was that high. So if the water being that high makes Everest ocean bedrock, why wouldn't everything under it, which is like everything, also be ocean bedrock?
Because it's not all of it pushed up this. I don't like. I
don't even understand like the mechanics. Like this is just nonsense.
So you're saying that pushed up, but you're not. You're thinking that everything should have.
Wait, so what I'm asking you, what my question is, or the one that I asked you, is that why wouldn't we see water erosion on every mountain in the planet? And your evidence for this is that it was like ocean bedrock. But if that were the case, we would still see water erosion on every single part of this through exactly the time period at which the flood happened.
So if the world is 4.6 billion years old,
big pivot, go for it.
And you're talking about water erosion, do you think that the mountains would just be eroded to nothing if it was actually 4.6 billion years old?
No. Why would that be the case?
You don't.
So I'm not saying that the mountains themselves. I'm not saying that the mountains themselves are 4.6 billion years old. All of the mountains probably are billions of years old, I would imagine. It's just that these things are water eroded slightly, but we would expect a consistent water erosion across every single surface on the planet if there was a global flood, which we simply do not see.
No, there's a lot of archaeological evidence if you go to Answers in Genesis.
Yeah, I'm on the Answers in Genesis website right now. You refuse to give me any more specific source, and it's because you're afraid that I'm going to tear it to shreds. Dude, Athena, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that.
There's literally like hundreds of hours of...
Yeah, then cite me literally anything.
Well, go to dinosaurs in the Bible.
Dinosaurs in the Bible on Answers in Genesis.
Go to the date of the...
Wait, but that doesn't... And what claim do you think that proves?
That the Earth is not as old as what it's being taught.
Okay, so do you have a critique of uranium-lead dating?
And that... I don't know anything about it.
Okay, but you had no problem rejecting it based on your like fake apologist website.
I'll tell you one critique that I have of it.
Yeah,
right?
Let's hear it.
So in the radioactive carbon dating, they use the geologic column to like self-date it, right? So
no, they use maths. They just know the half-lives of these things, and then they calculate the ratio of in like carbon 14. They calculate the ratio of that, and then determine the age.
You don't sound like you know much about that.
I think I do. So what part of that? I think maybe when you think that I sound like I don't know much about it, it's actually just you not being able to track the information. I can try to dumb it down for you if you need that.
Sure, dumb it down.
Yeah.
But if you look into
wait. I need to dumb it down for you now. So that's not true. The reason why we're able to do carbon dating is just by knowing like the half-life of carbon and how long it takes other specific things to turn into carbon, over half of that substance to turn into carbon. So from knowing how long it takes certain things to turn into carbon, we can measure those things and measure how much carbon there is in the substance itself. And then from that, we can just calculate how long it's been.
So how do they date the geologic column? Who's the one?
Wait. What do you mean?
Who's the one?
They with uranium, depending on how old it is, with like uranium lead dating,
test
probably
the accuracy of like a tested like if they test any dinosaur fossils to test the accuracy of it, they
Well, yeah, wait. So they don't date fossils with uranium lead or with carbon dating. They date it with uranium lead dating.
Well, they still, if they get it out of a certain layer in the geologic column, if it doesn't match up with the layer that they got it out of, right? So if they say this layer, the prehistoric era, is like 100,000 years ago, and they date it, and it's not with your dating method that you got there, if it's not close to that dating method, then what do they do?
Do you have any evidence that this would happen?
There's a lot of it in answer.
Yeah, so cite me something.
Well, there's a guy that, and so in Answers in Genesis, they say, like...
Damn, you're fucking addicted to Answers in Genesis. Cite real sources.
Dude, your sources aren't real.
My sources are peer-reviewed.
Yeah, by somebody with a bias.
Okay, wait, do you know what a peer review is? Also, do you have... Wait, so you're saying that all peer-reviewed research... Wait, I think, first of all, saying that my source is done with a bias is actually like comical, coming from someone who cited nothing but Answers in Genesis. Second of all, it's researched by a panel of people, all of whom have integrity and separate themselves and approach things from a secular point of view, separate themselves from their individual worldviews or biases. That's like an integral part of the academic process.
And when the Bible talks about dinosaurs, why did they say that it was millions of years ago?
When you say they, who do you mean?
So they've got this panel.
Sure, because of uranium lead dating, yeah.
That are like reviewing this data. But then when they find like a skull, like a human skull that's under a volcano that's supposed to have erupted a billion years ago.
And have they done this? Is this a real thing that's actually happened?
They have.
Okay, so human skull under volcano, will that pull it up, or are we just making things up? Was later revealed to be a hoax.
Oh man, how convenient, huh?
Yeah, I mean it's actually inconvenient for your worldview because it's just fucking quackery.
Really?
Yeah, read real sources.
Who do you think's in charge? Okay, I can give you one as source right now of like stuff in real time, data in real time being changed.
Yeah, right? Give me a source.
If you go to Chat GTP or GPT, okay, and you Google like Abraham Lincoln's speech that he gave in 1848, Abraham Lincoln gave a speech talking about not dinosaurs, but the giants that roamed on the earth and the giant burial ground inside the United States.
Yeah. Wait, please continue. You don't have to stop.
That GPT will like change that, but if you go to the actual letter that's in the archives, it gives Abraham Lincoln's actual speech.
Wait, so you're saying that I should use ChatGPT as a source?
Why wouldn't it be?
Because it just puts like random things together. You know, ChatGPT doesn't actually know things, right? Do you have any idea how like a neural network works, or like a I think it's called a predictive model, or a generative? Yeah, it's a generative model. So it just like it has like a bunch of things that have like an association with other things, and then based on the question, it just draws together a bunch of associations. Just because things are associated does not mean that it's the case.
It has access to all your peer-reviewed studies.
It sure doesn't. Wait, so that's actually not going to be true though, because it did not research, like it wasn't fed every peer-reviewed study in existence. That's not true. Wait, do you have any evidence that ChatGPT used as its training set all of the peer-reviewed studies that I'm citing?
Do you have evidence that it doesn't?
Yes, because the training set. Or wait, are the training sets even publicly available? Training sets. Available. training data been? I don't think the training data on ChatGPT is publicly available, which means that you can't make the claim that it's been trained on peer-reviewed studies because you actually have no idea.
Well, it'll spit out the letter that Abraham Lincoln gives.
Yeah, so it's been trained on some things, but to say that it's been trained on everything is incorrect. There's too much data to train something on.
But the point I'm trying to make is you don't think that this happens in these peer-reviewed studies.
That what didn't happen?
The data can't be manipulated at all.
It could, but the onus would be on you to prove that. So, and I grow tired of your conspiracies. So, unless you have anything else, I'm probably going to move on to the next guest.
That's okay. Well, I just want to point out for the lesbian stuff that Adolf Hitler.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get it all the way up to 90K likes. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, dropping a follow as well. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Thank you so much for the heart puffs, Emma. I appreciate that. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Fuck you.
Okay. So do you think being lesbian is wrong? Oh, we got a runner. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an egg. I accept your surrender, little bro. I bet bro felt really cool about that one.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Adrian? How old are you?
You talking to me?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a 19-year-old.
Okay. So, do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I think, yeah, that can cause demographical problems.
And why do I care about that?
Why I'm care about that?
Yeah, like why should I care about? Like, what do you mean by demographical problems?
Demographical problems. So they can't make a kids.
Yeah. So, do you think that it's wrong to be infertile?
Can you repeat?
Is it wrong to be infertile?
Oh, I don't know this word. Sorry, I'm Polish.
So it's like people who can't have kids anyway. So like a man who doesn't produce like sperm, or a woman who doesn't produce eggs.
Aha, okay. Adrian, do your homework, okay? Okay.
Wait, don't respond. Don't worry about the comments. But
I think also that's personally,
wait,
that's a personally choice to being lesbian.
oh, I think most lesbians or many lesbians would probably disagree with you on that. In fact, I think that there's like not really an alternative for them, that if they were not lesbians, they would probably just be celibate.
Lesbians can have children.
Wait, don't engage with the comments, engage with me.
Okay. I don't know. In my opinion,
Damn, you're like a master of suspense. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Can't wait to hear your opinion.
so I told you. I think that's a personally choice, or I don't know, that girl
Yeah. So
born with that mindset to, I don't know, to that.
I don't think it's a choice. I think that many lesbians, if they were not lesbians, would just be celibate. That the choice to be with a man is probably not on the docket for very many lesbians. Do you have any evidence that being lesbian is a choice?
I don't know, but
You don't know if
But-
you have evidence?
but
That sounds
there's-
like a no to me.
but there is also a thing that they are born with that.
Yeah. I think that. Yeah.
You think
correct.
that, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I think you maybe have right.
W concession?
Double
Right.
concession?
Yeah. Hell yeah, even you're saying it. Do you have anything else for me? Otherwise,
Concession. Wait,
all right. I think we're talking past each other a little bit. I appreciate you coming on here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. We're almost there. Drop a follow as well as we go to the very next guest. If you're in those guest request boxes, don't be driving, be 18 or older, and only request to join if you think being lesbian is wrong. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hi, hello.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
And what year were you born?
2002. April 1st.
April 1st, 2002, 21. No. That's
No,
not-
no.
Wait, he would be 22? Is that real? Oh, 22. Perfect, yeah. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. How old are you?
37.
Yeah. And do you think that being lesbian is wrong?
I mean, I don't think that, I mean, it's not really up to me, it's up to them. But as far as it being wrong, I mean, if you look at all the societies in the past that have collapsed, you look at the end of their civilizations, and a lot of times there'd be a lot of gays and lesbians. So, I mean, if you just extrapolate it out, life would not go on if it was correct.
No, that's not the case. Because if you actually look at like real history, not just like the like, I don't know, the like boy boss aestheticization of Rome, you'll actually notice that like gay and lesbian couples have been very prevalent. Like in the golden age of Athens under Pericles, for example, gay relationships were extremely normalized.
Right.
So it just makes no sense at all to say that these were only prevalent at like the downfall of society. They were extremely prevalent in Athens at its like golden age.
Well, I mean, all these civilizations in the past have collapsed.
Just wait, so does Athens exist right now?
I mean, not in the sense of like them being technologically more advanced than us.
Well, yeah, but the
These
civilization
societies in the
didn't.
pa-
The
these societies in
civilization
the
never
past-
collapsed.
Well, these civilizations in the past have been much more advanced than us. Hence why they built pyramids and we can't even figure out how to build them.
Wait, so you think that ancient Athens was much more advanced than us?
I mean, maybe a little bit further back than that, but
Maybe a lot further back than that.
okay, fair enough. But yes, so these civilizations are not around anymore.
You think Athens doesn't exist anymore?
Like, as a place.
Yeah, you think Athens as a place doesn't exist anymore?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Like, obviously the human species has went on, but these major civilizations, even if we want to go further back than that, you know, they've all collapsed. If we
Do you
go
know?
back to
Do you know what the capital of Greece is?
Athens,
Yeah. So it seems like Athens didn't collapse.
but it okay. The region is still there. But
The
let's
city,
go back.
the city is still there.
The city is still there. Yes.
So then, what's your point?
That all of the major civilizations, all the superpowers of the world, these great big civilizations. I mean, Athens is not the superpower of the world.
It was for a really long time. Athens
Right.
was like one of the
Right, so
strongest civilizations.
Right. So when these civilizations get to their strongest, the argument is that a lot more gay people and lesbian people. It's more normalized.
Do you have any evidence of that?
I mean, not offhand.
Okay, so you're making your claim with no evidence, whereas I'm telling you that that's not true with the empirical example of Athens, one of the strongest civilizations, one of the strongest like nation states in all of ancient Greece, like an absolute powerhouse of like intellectually, politically, militarily, and I'm explaining to you that being gay was like unbelievably normal in ancient Greece. Like, yeah, Athens, Sparta, everywhere in ancient Greece, it was like super normalized.
And you think it was normal when they were growing their economy when it started?
Sure was, yeah. It was normal during their golden age, yeah.
No, not in their golden age when they first started conquering and becoming a big nation.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like super normal, yeah. It was like normal their entire, yeah, yes.
All right. I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Okay, well, it's just historically inaccurate.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's your opinion. You came up here to share it. Like, that's kind of implied.
Yeah. Right. All
Do
right.
you have anything else, or?
No, that's all.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming on up here.
All right. Take care.
Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping a follow as well if you're enjoying the debates. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment, doing all that other stuff. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Let's keep on double tapping, get all the way up to 100K. If you want to join the community, the Venmo is allegedly, or the link to the Discord is in the bio.
Hey, brother.
How old are you?
I say you're looking sharp today, bro. Keep it up.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, bro.
But, oh, that's it? Oh, thanks, Jordan. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Damn. Yeah, that was sweet. I'm a fan. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, etc., doing all those things. Damn.
So what's wrong with lesbian?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but also you don't sound 18 or older. If you're in those guest requests, make sure you're 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, I'm not going to talk to you. If you don't think being lesbian is wrong, I'm not going to talk to you. Damn. Only request to join if you're 18 or older and you think being lesbian is wrong. But while we wait for that, make sure you keep on double tapping on that screen. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's enjoying their Sunday, Day of the Lord. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
And what year were you born?
2005, November 5th.
Gotcha. So do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No. Be who you are. That's all I had.
Gotcha. Sounds good. I'm glad that's all you had. You do not sound 18 or older. Only request to join if you actually want to debate. If you don't want to debate, don't request to join. Sorry it's taken so long to find the next guest. It's hard to wrangle all these people together. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Nigger.
Damn. That's nice. Wow. Why was his voice quivering so much? What a weirdo.
Not come out of their room to the bathroom without clothes on.
What's up, Ghost Stalker Gaming?
Do you understand? I don't care if you're mad.
Oh no, bro is getting roasted by his mom. Ghost Stalker Gaming, bring your mom up here. Tell your mom to hop into the debate, little bro. I bet I'd beat your mom in a debate. I'll defend you. I won't let your mom talk to you that way. That's so awkward. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Did you buy something?
No, I dropped the bowls and plates.
Another one is crazy.
Sorry.
Cross Trip, are you there? Cross Trip. Are you like rubbing your hand against the microphone? What's going on there? Cross Trip? Okay. Bro, I'm never gonna get another debate. This is miserable. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Amen?
Good, I'm going good. How are you, bro?
You're not 18 or older. Thanks so much for the heart me, Kelly. I appreciate that. Times like this. Okay, wait, Crosstrip. If you're here, Crosstrip, if you can hear me, save me, Crosstrip. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, what's up, man?
How old are you?
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
How old are you?
I'm 38, my man.
Yeah. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I remember reading in Sodom and Gomorrah in the Word, where it talks about, the homosexuality, regardless of just being a lesbian. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the whole gender part of that. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, sure. So your God isn't real and your Bible isn't true. So do you have a different argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely an argument about it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
You know, because the Holy Spirit, you know what I'm saying? Jesus destroyed.
Well, yeah, the Holy Spirit isn't real.
He destroyed the
God's
city
not
for the
real.
homosexuality.
The Bible isn't real. So do you have like a real argument?
Yeah.
That like an argument that doesn't involve the Bible.
Oh, it doesn't involve the. Oh, it doesn't involve all the. Well, you know, you got genetics. Whatever tells you right there. Whatever that can't be changed. You know what I mean? It's already in genetics.
So what about genetics? So being lesbian is wrong because of genetics. What about genetics?
You can't change the genetics, the history of what your body incorporates. You know what I'm saying? Within prolong your lifespan. You know what I'm saying? Everything, the way that you live, the way that you move, the way that you operate.
Word fucking salad. Do you have like? I have no idea what to do with that. I don't even know what that means. So why would that mean being lesbian is wrong?
Because you can't change. You're not supposed to change.
So in what way are lesbians changing their genetics?
By many ways, whatever, you know what I mean? Because you have so many different.
Name one.
Like transsexuals, you have, you know,
I don't think lesbians are. So being a lesbian is not the same thing as being trans. Do you know what? Wait,
I mean, I think it comes into it.
Do you know what being a lesbian is? Could you like define like being lesbian for me?
Oh yeah, a girl that finds another girl attractive, and not just only her by her appearance, but also sexually, or whatever.
So what is that? Or do you think it's possible to find another girl attractive without being trans?
Find another woman attractive without being trans. I'm sure there is some out there. I'm sure.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, W, of course. Yeah. So, for these people, why is it wrong to be lesbian? Of course, which is not to say that being trans is wrong, because trans men are men and trans women are women.
But if you're hitting on that topic, that should go for everything else as far as transsexual.
No, because that's just like beyond the scope of the topic.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just asking you why being lesbian is wrong.
This just goes against all mankind. You know what I mean? What there was one
In what
man,
way?
and then there was a man.
There was
You know,
man
there was
and then
only-
there was man?
Then there was one man. What mankind in general was woman and man. So
Okay.
when that was established, that's what it should have just been, was just woman and man. So yes, I do believe that being lesbian goes against the grain. Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, we used to like bash each other's heads in with rocks. So should we continue to do that?
But you talking about you throw stones? Those stones at what, the ones that are doing?
No. Like us as like cavemen or whatever. Like that's like the primitive fantasy. Just that we were like running up to each other and bashing each other's heads in with rocks. That's how it used to be. We used to be unalived by like the Black Plague, and then we stopped doing that and became more hygienic.
Why did they stop doing that if it was more frequent to going towards that direction?
Yeah, just because there's like a goal that we wanted to achieve as a society that was achieved through being hygienic. Specifically, the goal was that fewer people would be unalived by the plague, and then we became more hygienic, and then that happened.
I understand that, whatever. So no, I definitely disagree with banging your head or throwing rocks at each other, whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? Whether
Yeah,
you bang your head
cool.
off
So
rocks-
it sounds like just because something's established beforehand doesn't mean that we need to continue to do that.
I mean, you make a good point, but I don't. Like I said, mankind and from woman to man, you know, I don't think that should change within any parameters. Be okay.
Why not?
Well, usually I can't use the Bible, but I'm just going by what I've read,
Yeah, so
what
give
I've
me like
studied, what I've studied over the time.
Okay,
you know what I'm
that's
saying?
fine. We actually can do the Bible. That's fine. Well, let's talk about God. So, your God doesn't exist because there's a contradiction in omnipotence or in being all powerful. So, do you think God can make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Yes.
Okay. Could God lift the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Yes.
Okay. So then the rock was not so heavy that he can't lift it.
That's correct.
So then he failed at making a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it.
That is not correct.
Oh, but so is the rock so heavy he can't lift it?
Well, that's how he designed it, you know, and he's not able to lift it. But mindset wise, you know, I mean, we can do what we do put our mind to. You know what I'm saying? We are able to grasp that if something is too heavy, whatever, sometimes you use a different system.
Yeah, so without like changing the rock in any way. So does God have the power to make a rock that he will never be able to lift?
No.
Okay, so then God's not all powerful.
That's contrary.
Yeah, because God lacks the power to make a rock that's so heavy he can never lift it.
What is your argument, though?
Yeah, just that. So the argument is that in order to be all powerful, you must have the power to do all things. That if there's one thing you cannot do, then you are not all powerful. God lacks the power to create a rock that's so heavy he can never lift it. Therefore, God is not all powerful.
Where's the logic in that, though, when it's just basic?
What do you mean? I just laid it out for you. I'm not sure. Where are you? Where's the disconnect for you?
In the logic of what you're trying to make, you know what I'm saying? Because regardless, I think it's kind of one-sided, because the way you put it, whatever, you're saying that God can create a rock, whatever, that's too heavy for him to pick up, if you will, but also he can create a rock.
I'm saying that God
is
doesn't
heavy.
exist.
Okay. You're still acknowledging him in your sentence.
Yeah, so it's called an internal critique. So we're presupposing. I'm gonna play along for the sake of argument as if your worldview is like entirely and 100% correct, and then from that we're going to find contradictions. One of the things that you believe is that God has the power to do anything, and I'm going to show you that having the power to do anything is in itself contradictory, because if you have the power to do anything, then you have the power to restrict your power, which means you no longer have the power to do anything. which means that being all powerful is itself a contradiction.
All right, so ask something else, whatever that you think that.
I just disproved your God. What do you mean ask something else?
Oh, you disproved it?
Yeah.
You did? How'd you do that?
Yeah, by just showing that God can't be all powerful.
One man could dissemble a God for him, you know, because he's a spirit. He's not human.
Okay, let's gosh, I can see we're gonna have to go even simpler. Do you think killing kids is bad?
Well, yes.
So in 1 Samuel 15 verse 3, God commands the Israelites to kill the kids of the Amalekites. Was it good for God to command the Israelites to do this to the kids of the Amalekites?
Depends on of the evil. You know what I'm saying? Well, if there was evil in that camp.
So it sounds like you think sometimes it is okay to kill kids.
Well, if there's evil there, it needs to be dismembered, correct?
Gotcha. So do you think that these evil newborns just needed to be dismembered?
That's the decision God has to make. You know what I mean? I can't really make that decision and tell you that it's
so you have faith that
okay.
the mass slaughter of these infants was good.
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty crazy to me. It's like very psychotic.
Why is that psychotic?
Yeah, I think killing kids is bad, actually.
There's a lot of murder inside the Bible. There's a lot of blood that's shed in the Bible that does.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, this is like more evidence that your worldview is garbage.
It doesn't contradict though what the Spirit can do. You know, He gives you joy, peace, and understanding.
Well, this is just like you slam dunking on your own worldview. Yeah, there's like lots of fucked up things in the Bible. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that, but
that doesn't make your position worse. It makes that doesn't get you out of the contradiction. That just makes the contradiction worse. Do you have anything else for me, or otherwise, probably gonna go on to the next guest?
No, go ahead. Ask me something else.
No. I think I've already asked you like two things, and I don't really want to talk to people who think that there's scenarios where killing babies is fine. Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, yeah, let the dog out for real. Make sure you're dropping a follow so you never miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, getting all the way up to 120k likes, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. And if you want to join the community, the link to the Discord is in my bio, or the link to the Discord is in my bio. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you're in that guest request box, make sure you are 18 or older and think that being lesbian is wrong. If you are not both of these things, I will not talk to you. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Jesse?
_205.
What? Regardless, you're not of age, so... Was that like a birth year, like a birth date that I was giving? Like, yeah, he's saying that he's 5. Yeah, we know. Trust me, twin, we know. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Nigger.
That's nice. Yeah. Waka. Wow. What a funny and original sense of humor you have. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Brenton T, are you there? Brenton?
Nigger.
Did you already come up? Did you not even realize you were on? Damn, we're getting all of them today. Using the same material as the last guest. What's up? How's it going? Nathaniel, thanks so much for the $5 on Venmo. Huge W, Nathaniel, in the comment section. I really appreciate that. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. If you're in that guest request box, I have 3 stipulations. Be 18 or older, think that being lesbian is wrong, and don't say the N-word. Hey, how's it going?
What the sigma? This
Okay,
is not
well,
very aesthetic or
You gotta
pretty.
be 18 or older, kiddo. Hey, what's up? How's it going? No fucking way. This can't keep happening to me. What the sigma? 3 in a row is like kind of crazy, not gonna lie.
Yo,
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born?
Why does that matter?
Okay, because you're not
Shut
18.
the fuck up, you dumb bitch. Fucking kill yourself.
Okay, I just might. Thanks so much for the roses. I appreciate that, Pencil HTML. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with a friend.
Nigga.
Yeah.
Nigga.
Okay. Wow. Got the whole squad laughing. What's up, Ale? How's it going?
Fine, thank you.
How
You've
old are
been
you?
getting a lot of crazy calls. Lot of crazy calls.
That's true. That's true. You could be one of them.
Yes.
You're like one
No,
word
no,
away from
no,
being
not
one of
at all.
them. Okay.
Not at all.
Are you 18 or older?
I'm 63.
Yeah. And do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Not at all. Why? I say to each their own. Each however
W
you-
guest. Unfortunately, I'm only looking for people who disagree, but huge W guest. I do appreciate that. Yeah, maybe I do just need to start, because I just removed them. Maybe I should take the extra time to start blocking them. Yeah, only request to join if you think being lesbian is wrong, if you're 18 or older. Otherwise, do not request to join. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Gaddy Patty. Gray, thanks so much for the $5 on Cash App. Huge W Gray in the comment section. Hannah, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Huge W Hannah in the comment section. Wait, that was the name was Hannah. Hold on. It is Hannah. W666 and W Hannah in the comment section. W Gray as well. Hail Satan. Thank you so much for that. But keep on. I'm so sorry that I'm like struggling to find people. Make sure you're only requesting to join if you disagree. Yeah, I just can't go down the line. And then if they are in fact just saying the N-word, I'll take the time to block them. Yeah, sorry it's taking so long to find somebody. Hey, what's up, Daniel?
Yo, what's good?
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, and what year were you born?
2005.
Yeah, perfect. So, why is being lesbian wrong?
Well, I just think that, because, well, I'm an atheist, so, for me, I have, a controversial, opinion, because I feel like the way that animals are brought up, because people were brought up, I don't want to go all the way into that detail, I just want to focus on this point, but it's, the way that people and animals were made, it's I don't see any animals that are lesbian.
Oh, there's tons of animals who engage in gay behavior. I can pull some up for you if you want.
Okay.
Animals who do homosexuality. Boop, 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 boop. How many? Is there a statistic on a specific 1,500 species? So same-sex sexual behavior has been reported in 261 mammalian species, belonging to 62 families and 12 orders. This comes from nature.com.
Yeah, but what animals are they? Bugs or actual
well, this is mammals. 261 mammals.
Can you just like name one so like I can?
Yeah, looks like whales, moose, buffalo, lions. Are those fucking
What?
mice?
How's lions work though?
Yeah, well, that's for you to explore, buddy. TR, thanks so much for the sent subscription. I really for all the sent subscriptions. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Or welcome to the community, everybody who got sent a subscription. Huge WTR in the comment section. Yeah, penguins. Like, there's just like lots of them. Yeah.
All right. So you know how but the thing is that like, you know how reproduction works. So like, with being lesbian, it's like, I don't think the world was created like. I don't think the world was created so like the same gender should like each other, because the only way we can reproduce like properly without any like scientific, you know, like procedures is like through man and woman, through sperm and egg.
If you're an atheist, presumably you don't think the world was created with any purpose.
No, I'm just talking like in general sense, like male and female, or no matter what species, that's like mainly the only way that can reproduce.
That's fine. So I just don't think that everybody has a moral obligation to be reproducing. So if somebody was like a Buddhist monk and they took a vow of celibacy, do you think that would be immoral?
Well, that's their religion, so I think that's fine if they want to do that. But
yeah, and like that's their sexuality. So why shouldn't lesbians be able to just do that? I mean, if lesbians weren't dating each other, it's not like they would date men.
It's celibate sexuality.
It is. It's like all about sexuality.
So they choose to be a sexuality that doesn't reproduce.
Yeah, well, they don't choose it. I think most lesbians would affirm pretty strongly that it's not like they didn't choose to be lesbian.
No,
that's just the way they feel.
I'm talking about celibacy now. I don't want to go like.
Yeah. Oh, cool. So you think that it's fine to choose it, but it's not fine to not choose it?
No, you're trying to change my words here. Like, come on, bro. I'm like, if someone's a celibate, like that's their religion. No, you're saying that a monk can be a celibate, right?
Yeah, that they can like choose to take a vow of celibacy and thus not reproduce. Yeah, that there's nothing inherently wrong with not reproducing.
How is it celibacy though? Isn't it just their own religion that they just don't want to reproduce?
Not necessarily. It could just be like a lifestyle. Many people don't consider Buddhism to be like a religion.
Yeah, but you can't call that a celibacy if that's just something he wants to do. It's like,
no, it is, because celibacy is just abstaining from sex. They take a vow of celibacy.
Yeah,
that's literally what it's called.
You said that celibacy is a sexuality.
No, I'm saying that being lesbian is a sexuality.
No, you literally said that being a celibate is a sexuality as well.
I do not think that it's a sexuality.
So why did you say it then?
I didn't.
Bro, I swear I heard you say it, bro. I'm not.
If I said it, or if that's what like the implication of my sentence was, then
okay,
I apologize for like being confusing,
cool,
but that's not what I believe.
If I heard it wrong, it's my fault. My bad. Can you ask me another question?
Well, yeah, I just want to know why it's wrong. Like, if you don't think the world was created towards any purpose, and you don't think that it's wrong to be celibate, then why do you think it's wrong to be lesbian?
Because of reproduction, like.
But you don't think it's wrong to be celibate, so you don't think it's wrong to not reproduce.
Is it normal to be celibate?
Wait, are you You're really covering up your microphone.
Is it normal? Is it normal to be celibate? Like,
what do you mean by normal?
Like, is there animals that are celibate, like animals?
There's like animals who are like infertile.
Yeah, but that's the disorder though, I swear.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm not sure why there's like people who are celibate.
Yeah, but is being infertile a disorder?
Depends on why.
What? No, you can't. Wait, a species can't be infertile naturally, or there wouldn't be the species itself. It would have to reproduce.
Well, so there's I don't want to get into like too deep of details, but you could like literally produce infertility in yourself without with like a polyester sling.
Yeah, but
that wouldn't require any disorder at all, and it wouldn't give you any disorder at all. Yeah, but so there's like ways to be infertile that aren't like disorders. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so basically they're choosing to be infertile.
Well, I mean, in this instance, they would be, but yeah, I'm saying that there's like ways to be infertile that don't result from a disorder.
And you're
Like them
comparing
choosing it is like
infer-
completely irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, but you're comparing
wait,
fertility
buddy,
to-
wait. You're like on like a fundamental level. It seems like you're just not tracking the conversation. The fact of the matter is that there's no reason why it makes sense to say that it's fine to choose to not have like to not reproduce kids and to be celibate, but it's not. But it's immoral to be a lesbian.
No, I never said it was. I never said like being a celibate was normal.
Yeah, but wait. But do you think it's immoral? Because the question is not is being lesbian moral. It's is being lesbian wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, is it wrong to be in a heterosexual relationship and just not have kids?
Okay, listen. This is an opinion, right? It can't be a fact. Like saying something is right or wrong is an opinion. In some.
Wait, but yeah, and I'm asking you for your opinion. That's like the
Yeah, and
pretext of
I'm
the entire
saying- I'm
conversation,
saying-
correct?
And I'm saying it's not, and then you're trying to come back with your opinion, not.
I'm just asking you if I don't even know what your opinion is, buddy. I'm not sure what you're like trying to defend against. I don't even know what your stance is. Do you think that it's wrong to be in a straight relationship that doesn't have kids?
Yeah, well, I think it's wrong because I don't think that's like. I think the people need to reproduce. That's like that, and there's like.
Oh, so if people need to reproduce, then do you think it's wrong to be like a monk who takes a vow of celibacy?
That's a religion. That's their.
Yeah, why is that morally
wrong.
relevant?
If I say that's wrong, people are gonna come and be.
Why is that morally relevant? Why is it being a religion relevant?
Because it's their opinion.
Wait, so do you think it's wrong for non-religious reasons to just be like, I don't want kids, I'm never gonna have kids, and not be in a relationship?
Do I think that's wrong?
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, I think so. But
So if I just have the preference to never have kids and never be in a relationship, you think that that's wrong?
No, because look, y'all trying to make me sound like how bad, bro. You always try to do
Yeah, I mean,
this.
you're doing a good job of that yourself. Unicorny, thanks so much for the sent subscription. Welcome to the community, Annie. I really appreciate that.
What?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're doing a good job of doing that, like, all on your own. I don't need to do that at all.
Bro, okay. Ask me another question, bro.
Well, I've already asked you a question. You're like
What
just
was the
not
question
answering
you
it.
asked me,
Wait,
man?
so if people need to reproduce, is it wrong for me to just choose to not like not be in a relationship? Like if I would prefer to just be single my whole life and not have kids, is that wrong to do so?
Well, I think scientifically it is, but that's their opinion. So
science doesn't make moral claims though. So scientifically, it's not.
What do you mean science doesn't make moral claims, bro?
Yeah, so moral claims come from philosophy. Unicorn, thanks so much for the subscription. Welcome to the community, Unicorn. I appreciate that.
Let me know about philosophy, bro.
Yeah. So philosophy, ethics comes from philosophy. Saying that something is moral or immoral is a matter of philosophy. Science can only tell us things about the world. It can't tell us what things should be.
Okay. No, it's not just like lesbian. Like I feel like it's wrong. I just feel like same gender relationships is wrong because I just don't think that that's how people should be.
Yeah, why not?
But like, why are we talking about just lesbians? Like, why is not?
Yeah, because if we do any other topic, TikTok will take it down.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm trying to understand. Okay, so I just think it's wrong, just because like I feel like the same gender. I feel like well, you're gonna say if I say this, you're gonna be like, oh, so you're like atheist and this and that. But
yeah.
I'm just think like if I say the world was created, it makes it sound like I believe in a religion, right?
Yeah, or I think what probably makes you sound like you believe in a religion is the Orthodox cross that's in your bio.
Yeah, I just don't really know how to describe that without making it sound like that.
Well, yeah, you can be religious, big dog. Like, there's a cross in your bio. You can just say that you believe in Christianity.
No, the thing is why I wanted to do that is because I wanted to see your perspective if somebody said that they didn't, but they weren't in a religion.
Yeah,
That's why I said it.
and I'm telling you, well, it seems like you're coming up against it, that there's no reason why somebody who isn't a part of a religion could do this, which is why you're having such a hard time rectifying this.
I was trying to be like, I was trying to like act like I was not in a religion, so then I see a different perspective for you because you just flame like all the religious people.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, and it's like I don't bring up religion unless the other person does. So you can be religious and just not bring it up, and we will like the conversation will never come to your religion.
Okay. Well, I just thought I'd try to get a different interpretation. That's why I tried. That's why I said it.
No, you're chilling. It's okay. Like you can be religious.
Bro, why does guy say I sinned by lying? It wasn't it. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, you offered up the information. Wait, did you say it wasn't a lie? You literally claimed to be an atheist.
Bro, but it's not like that, bro. It's not like that. Before I left, I was gonna say that I was Christian.
Oh, that's fine. You're chilling. Like, I don't care. It's all the same to me. But there's just no reason to believe what you believe unless you're like religious. And there's also no reason to be religious.
Let me say something though. Like, I do respect you, like being respectful, but like I just feel like sometimes you can be a bit like arrogant.
That's fine. I don't really care about like the meta commentary.
Huh?
I mean, this is just who I am. Yeah, I don't know. If you have a specific critique, I'd love to hear it, but just like general, like the vibes are off. I don't really care about this.
That's what you think I think.
Well, didn't you just say that it's like sometimes a little bit arrogant?
No, it's like you almost like try criticizing other religions, but you just don't want to do it.
I host lives where I say God isn't real almost every day.
Yeah, but like you're also blasphemous, like the way that you I seen a picture of like Jesus like being crossed out. Like I don't think that's appropriate.
I think it's really funny.
Why? Why do you have to disrespect our religions, bro?
Yeah, because your religion has like material impact on the people who live in America.
Because you're all about science, right, and shit.
I think science is a good method, sure.
Okay, so if I disrespect your scientific beliefs, like do you think that's right for me to disrespect them?
Right in what? Like I don't think it's immoral for you to disrespect science. I just think disrespecting science makes you look stupid.
Yeah, but you're disrespecting a religion, and it's just the same.
Yeah, and religion itself is stupid. Yeah,
it's something you believe in. So okay, so y'all just like openly disrespecting religion, and
yeah. So I disrespect things that are like not supported by evidence because believing in things that aren't supported by evidence is stupid. And I also think that science is good because it's supported by evidence. There's no inconsistency here. I think that it's cool to believe in things that have evidence. And it's weird and like not very intellectually rigorous to believe in things that don't have evidence. It's really that deep.
Yeah, but do you know like you can have manners? Like, isn't manners like
I don't really care about this. It's like just meta commentary. So, do you have anything else for me? Otherwise, I'll probably move on to the next guest.
Yeah, move on me, bro.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on up here. Bro. Hey, if you're enjoying the debate, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment, dropping a follow so you never miss a single debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Thanks so much for the hand hearts, Carly. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Hey, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born?
05.
Okay. And do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Why is being lesbian wrong?
Well, because we need reproduction, you know, and lesbians cannot have kids. It's called a bone marrow kid, and they last anywhere from 2 weeks to a month, and that's not good.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? What was the last part? 2 weeks to a month of what?
They can only make bone marrow kids, which do not last long.
Bone marrow kids?
Yeah,
what?
It's actually proven. Search it up.
Wait, bone marrow kid? I'm unfamiliar with this.
Search it up.
They can only...
Yes, and it's called reproduction. A man and a girl are allowed...
You mean reproduction?
Yes.
Bone marrow kids? Lesbian
yes.
Bone marrow kids?
Yeah, search it up. Search it up. It's proven.
I have no idea what this means. Wait, so that... are you talking about, like, fertilization?
Yes, basically.
Like being or like surrogacy or IVF?
Basically, yeah.
And you think that this could literally... Jessica, thanks so much for the $10 on Venmo. Huge W, Jessica. I appreciate that. W, Jessica. And if anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Yeah, I don't care about this. Like, I don't value reproduction at all. Do you think it's moral, or would you think it's wrong if somebody took like a vow of celibacy?
No.
Okay. So then why is it wrong for somebody to be a lesbian?
Because it is. It's the end of your bloodline if you're a lesbian, basically.
Yeah, and it's the end of your bloodline if you take a vow of celibacy.
And?
Yeah, so in one case you say that it's wrong to end your bloodline, in the other case you don't. It's special pleading.
Well, it's your choice if you want to end your bloodline there, but still being lesbian is wrong.
Yeah, wait, but you don't think it's wrong to end your bloodline via a vow of celibacy, but you do think it's wrong to end your bloodline being lesbian, despite the fact that ending your bloodline via a vow of celibacy that would be a choice, whereas being lesbian is not a choice, which means that I'd probably actually say that it's...
Lesbian is a choice.
If there's any wrongness to it, it would certainly be less wrong because you don't have a choice in the matter.
So you're saying...
Also, it also doesn't end your bloodline because you can get pregnant via surrogacy or IVF.
But still, you said being lesbian is not a choice. It is a choice.
Can you prove that?
Yes, you can.
So can you can you choose to be gay right now?
Yeah, you basically can.
Yeah, would you choose to be gay right now?
No,
would you do that?
I wouldn't.
Choose to be gay right now if it's a choice.
It's because I don't want to be gay. That's the thing.
Be attracted to me right now. If being
You're not
gay is a
even
choice.
attractive at all, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, but so it sounds like it's not a choice.
But it is though. What are you saying?
Yeah, but it's such a choice, and yet you can't choose to do it.
Because you have to be attracted to that person to have to be attracted, bro.
So who's a man that you think is attractive?
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, be attracted to Ryan Reynolds right now.
Okay, and?
You're gay.
Cool.
We got him. We got him. We got him. You got it. Welcome to the community.
Let's go. But you see, that's the difference, right? You ask any guy out there, they're obviously going to say Ryan Reynolds. It's the easiest thing. Being lesbian has a choice. Girls cannot get guys, so they choose to be lesbian. They don't like dick.
Wait, you think that they can't get guys? That's crazy. Some of the most attractive people I've ever met in my entire life are lesbians. That's ridiculous.
Like who? Like who?
It's like just people in my personal life. I'm not gonna like name people.
Well, you obviously know makeup's a thing, right?
Oh yeah, sure. Let's just look up like famous lesbians.
Let's see.
Yeah, Kate McKinnon from SNL is pretty funny. I bet she could pull. Judith Butler, she could definitely pull. Wait, a violation? What the hell? That's too bad. Yeah, Chapel Roan. Yeah, easy. Yeah, there's like tons of like super attractive people who could easily do this, and then yeah, it's like kind of a nonsense argument. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's get all the way up to 150k likes. Drop a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If this live gets banned, I'm gonna go live on my alternative or on my alt Ian.debates. I'll see you all there if this one gets banned, but that would be really sad, and I would be really sad if that happened. So I hope that doesn't happen. But yeah, if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly.
What's good, yeah?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
What's good, yeah? So like, I just think like being lesbian wrong type shit, like, like I just think it's weird,
Yeah, so I think like eating oyster is weird. Does that make it wrong?
You think it was weird, huh? What you say?
Eating oyster.
Oyster, what the fuck is that, bro? What's an oyster, dog?
Yeah, well, I just think it's weird. Like, I don't like eating oyster. I think it like smells weird. I think the texture's weird.
Bro, what is an oyster, bro? Let me see what an oyster is, type shit.
You don't know what an oyster is?
Nah, bro, show me. I want to see what an oyster is. A person?
No, like an oyster is like a sea fish.
Is
it a mussel or am I silly?
Bro, I don't know what an oyster is, bro.
You can just like, you don't know what it's like a seafood. Do you know what seafood is?
Yeah, I like seafood, bro.
Yeah, it's like a type of seafood.
Boy, I like seafood, boy. Yeah, that shit hit, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
It's a mollusk. Do you know what a mollusk is?
Huh?
Do you know what a clam is?
A clam? Oh, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah. So it's like a clam.
So you think eating clams is bad?
Well, I think it's weird, but I don't think it's bad.
Well, you think it's wrong though, like eating clamfish?
No, I don't. That's my point. It's not wrong.
Why?
It's weird. It's weird, but it's not wrong.
Why clamfish not wrong though?
Yeah, because I don't base my morality off of what's weird.
Why is it not wrong though? Like,
because I think people are allowed to eat what they want, and that's totally cool.
But you think it's weird?
I think it's weird. Yeah, I don't like eating oyster.
Oh, so you think it's weird that people eat oysters?
I do. I think it's if somebody chose to eat an oyster, I think that's weird. But I don't think it's wrong for them to do that. They're welcome to do that, and I can just think it's weird.
See, now that's tricky, bro. that's like a tricky question. It's like you trying to change me up type shit. You feel me?
So do you just think that if something's weird, then it's wrong?
Let me see. Like depends on what it is. Like that's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think the sport of curling? Do you know what the sport of curling is?
Curling, bro. What the fuck is that, bro? Curling, bro.
Do you know curling? Are you familiar with curling?
Huh?
Are you familiar with curling?
I know what curling is, gang.
Yeah. Do you think curling is weird?
Bro, I don't know what it is though. Like, it's what's curling, bro? I never seen the curling, bro.
Are there any sports that you do think are weird?
Nah, I like all sports. Like, I just don't like let me think. Nah, I like all sports, bro. I think they're cool. Can you in shape? Can you fit type shit? You know what I'm saying?
So if I thought you were weird, would that make you wrong?
Nah, make you wrong, bro. Don't make you wrong.
Gotcha. So just because you think something's weird doesn't mean that you're right in thinking that it's wrong.
Nah, bro, you trying to call me weird, bro? Why you trying to call me weird?
No, it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. So if we do like an if-then statement, the if isn't necessarily true. Drop a 1 in chat if you do think guest is weird, though. Not that I do.
But why you got bros? Bro trying to get all the hoods to call me weird type shit, bro.
No, I don't think you're weird. I think you're totally normal.
Oh, appreciate you, man.
But all these people would disagree.
Whoa, what? Come on, yeah. Like, saying one, that's crazy, yeah. I ain't weird, dog. What did I do to be weird? I want to know why I'm weird, though.
I appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get a more normal one. Let's start normal maxing. Hey, what's up? How's it going? John, are you there? John Joyce? John, are you there? John? Okay. Let's try this one. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. It allows me to stream longer every single day. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
How old are you?
I'm 36.
And do you think being lesbian is wrong?
The only thing that would make it wrong would be if everybody was lesbian and or gay, then you can't procreate. So that's what makes it wrong.
Okay, but do you, in like the society we live in, do you think there's anything wrong with it?
I would probably tend to agree with you more on that. So
okay, well, I'm only looking for people who think it's wrong in like the society that we live in, not like a society where every single person is lesbian or gay. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo, it was good.
Doing well. How old are you?
18.
And what do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Nah, okay. I think it's right.
All right. Well, I'm only looking for debates with people who think that it's wrong. Sorry about that. Only request to join if you think that it's wrong and you're 18 or older. Those are the only two things that you need to do. And I would prefer it if you didn't say the N-word over and over again. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hey, how's it going?
Yo.
How old how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. And do you think being lesbian is wrong?
So what can we define wrong?
Yeah, just like immoral.
Immoral, okay, according to whose standards? Like
according
what
to
is
yours.
Morality? Like what's the compass we're talking about?
According to yours.
According to mine? Well, I'm personally, so where I take my moral compass is from the Abrahamic religions. So I do believe that it is wrong. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So you would say that it's wrong just because it says so in the Abrahamic religions.
Well,
so
yeah,
I'd say that the
sinful, not like. Sorry to cut you off, but not. Let me rephrase myself. It is present. It's sinful in the eyes of the Lord.
Okay, so I mean, God's not real. Do you have a different argument?
Sure. Well, that's according to what you believe. But
Yeah, I mean, I could run through that one pretty quickly. What specific Abrahamic religion are you?
If we want to talk about morals in general,
yeah, sure.
Wouldn't you say that morals come from the Abrahamic religions?
I sure wouldn't. In fact, I think morals long preceded the Abrahamic religions, and also the Abrahamic religions are terrible standards of morality. Which Abrahamic religion are you?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay. So I think that like what your prophet did to Aisha was pretty immoral.
Oh well, those are actually. I mean, you should touch up on your history there, bud, because that is refuted multiple times.
Yeah. So which part of it?
The part where the hadith is rejected by a majority.
You think the
of
hadith is rejected? You think the hadith is rejected?
It is, yeah.
Isn't the hadith literally the only place where you learn how to pray?
That specific hadith is weak.
I'm pretty sure it's mentioned by a multitude of hadiths.
The narration is rejected, is what I'm saying.
Oh, by who?
By a majority of scholars.
Yeah, so can you point me to this majority of scholars? If you're saying that it's rejected by a majority of scholars, certainly you have an article that pulls all the scholars and the majority of them reject it.
Okay, hold on. So let's relax for a second, right?
Yeah, I'm chill.
So you brought out a claim saying that what my prophet did to a Aisha was immoral because of what you said of her. I'm assuming it's because of her age. Correct?
Yeah, it's like child grape, yeah.
Okay, so I'm here to tell you that that's been rejected.
And I'm asking you for the source that it's been rejected.
If you look at the chain of narration, the person that was giving that narration was actually said to he's not credited. He's not trusted.
It was Aisha herself who said the age.
Well, no, that's
it was narrated by Aisha.
No, it wasn't though. It was narrated that she was heard saying, or it was the person that gave it down. It wasn't herself saying that.
No, I think I'm pretty sure it was. Do you have any evidence that it wasn't?
Do you have any evidence that it was?
Yeah, we can just look that up. Wait, so it's Aisha age hadith. I know I've read this before. Oh yeah, it literally says at the top of this, narrated by Aisha, that the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. That's narrated by Aisha.
Do me a favor, where did you get that from?
This is from sunnah.com.
Okay, now sunnah.com. Now, who's the chain of that narration?
I'm not sure what that question is asking.
Okay, so you proved my point. What I'm saying
Wait, I just said I'm not sure what that question is asking. Would you mind clarifying your question a little bit?
Let me tell you.
Wait,
the narration of hadith is by chains, right? Also, guys, I'm sorry, there's
nobody cares, get to the argument.
The carbon dioxide.
Nobody cares, get to the argument.
Okay. You know what? Listen, I'm gonna be patient with you.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, there's a chain of narration, right? Over time, because hadith was given orally, it was an oral tradition. Sometimes hadiths are granted as weak, and sometimes they're strong. This particular hadith was rejected.
And who determines if it's weak or strong? It's literally narrated by Aisha herself.
These schools of thought.
It's narrated by Aisha herself.
I presume that you're an intelligent person, right? So let's stay at that, basis. Let's not go down, and when I explain to you something, I expect you to understand it, right? So I'm explaining it to you completely. and coherently. So I expect you to understand it.
Wait, yeah,
When
maybe
I'm
if you like
telling
talk
you-
a little bit more slowly and with like put emphasis on your words like this,
Okay,
it might
so now
make
you're
the
getting
things
emotional.
that you're saying
So now you're getting
be
emotional.
true.
So now you're getting
maybe if you
emotional.
use more rhetoric,
Now you're
maybe if
getting
you
emotional-
accuse me
emotional.
of baseless claims, maybe if you
Buddy,
accuse me
buddy.
of being emotional more times,
Buddy,
nobody's going to
listen.
realize that
So
your
when you
prophet
cut
is
me
a
off-
child rapist.
So when you cut me off, it just proves that you're wrong. I'm explaining to you.
You think?
You're not
Is that how
understanding.
logic works? You think that if someone cuts you off, that means that they're wrong? What's the argument for that?
It shows that someone's getting a little feisty, and therefore they have something to be
buddy,
defensive about.
the only
right?
person who's getting mad is you, and I think you're mad because your
absolutely- no, no, no,
prophet is
I'm
a
absolutely
child
not getting mad.
rapist. I'd be mad too. You're relying pretty heavily on rhetoric rather than actually. All right, let's go to the very first one. Hey, what's up?
Ian?
How's
I was
it
on with
going?
you the other day, right?
Yeah. So, do you have any new arguments for why God is real?
And I kind of cooked you.
No, I think if you think that you've cooked in even a single discussion we've had, then
Come on, Ian,
that
let's
doesn't
just be
reflect
real.
very well on your tracking skills.
Let's just be real. I like you. Like, you're cool, but I definitely did cook you.
Yeah, okay, then you'll have no problem cooking me again, I guess.
Yeah. I heard you say that what's the word to use? I talked to Dr. Blitz. You said like, you said I was fun. I thought that was cool. You said that was whimsical.
Yeah, you're whimsical. Yeah, you are very whimsical. Yeah. The idea that the fact that you think you've like won these debates makes you even more whimsical. Yeah.
Oh wow, you gotta be shady.
Yeah. But do you have an argument for why God is real?
I mean, he's real to me. He's not real to you, but he's real to
Gotcha.
me.
So then, whether God is real is just entirely subjective?
Yeah, it's all on what I believe.
Gotcha. So when I say God isn't real, is that incorrect?
It's not. It's on you. It's on what you. He's not real to you.
Gotcha. So
I
if
love
it's
you
just
still,
all
buddy.
subjective, then it seems like there's really no point in having the conversation at all.
I guess there's not. I mean, there's nobody you can.
All right. Well, if it's just subjective, I think I'll move on to somebody else. Make sure you're double tapping that screen as we get the very first guest in here. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, double tapping on that screen, getting all the way up to 5K, even 10K. Hex, thanks so much. I see you sharing it out down there. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, doing all the things as we go to the very first guest. Or the second guest, I guess. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian, Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. I appreciate any and all support. It allows me to go live for longer every single day.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, William? How's it going?
Hey, good, thank you. Have you ever seen your mind?
Have I ever seen my mind? I haven't seen my mind.
Right, so how do you trust what your subjective opinion is?
Because I experience it.
Oh, okay. So you just answered your own question. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an egg. Bro really thought he looked good. That's crazy. Yeah, dude's a runner. Bro's a track star. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. How old are you?
Oh, okay. Well, if you look at it from a scientific point of view, how God is real, do you know that you can't have a tree without another tree first?
Oh, sure. Can you have a god without another god first?
Absolutely. If God is what he is, then he's all powerful, all knowing, and can do anything. He's lived forever.
So scientifically, that's not the case, though, because we go through processes of evolution over millions and billions of years.
Yeah,
so there's
evolution
going to be a
hasn't
point
been
in
proved.
time
It's a
where
theory. It's an
a
evolutionary
single
theory.
cell, and Christianity isn't even a theory because it has zero scientific evidence, and lots of
Yeah,
scientific
everything
evidence
you look at,
disproves
like
it.
man and woman, is evidence of God.
No,
even
wait. Why would
creation-
that be evidence of God? I think that would be evidence of evolution.
We're man and woman. That's like an artistic thing. You can't create a brain without a brain first.
You can't create a brain without a brain first. Does God have a brain?
I don't know what exactly his brain would be like because he's omniscient. He's all powerful.
Do you think God has a brain?
he can create his own brain if he wanted to. He could do
Does
anything.
God have a brain? That's a yes or no question.
God is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Do you think that's the question
He
I asked you?
probably
Do you
has
think
a
I
mind
asked you if God
Jesus
is the
has a
Father,
mind.
the Son, and the Holy Spirit?
I'm
asking
trying
you
to
if God
answer it.
has
You're
a
not letting
brain.
me answer it.
Wait, you're not answering the question. The question is
You're
just
not letting me answer it, though.
Does God have a brain?
How would I know? I know the Bible doesn't talk about a brain, but Jesus had a brain.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
But of course, he knows things. He's all knowing.
Yeah, that really wasn't the question at all. So over thousands and millions of years, the idea that God just poofed everything into existence, that's not even a scientific theory because it has no scientific evidence.
Did you know that
evolution
actually
is a scientific theory because it has mountains of evidence?
The Bible says he breathed us from the dust.
Yeah, thanks so much for the hat and mustache. I
You're
appreciate
not even
that.
listening to anybody.
Well, yeah, because I'm thinking the gifter. Yeah, keep up.
Oh, well, the dust of the ground, actually, scientifically, we are built of dirt. And God even said in the Bible that we're made from the dust of the ground. Everything.
Yeah, thanks so much for the hat and mustache. I appreciate that. W. Camila in the comment section.
Are you listening?
Yeah, I am, but I have to thank the gifter. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying that scientists that have proved everything that a scientist can prove, the Bible has already proven.
No, that's incorrect.
How we
though.
know.
So
That's
because
how we-
the Bible says that outer space is water and outer space is not water. So science actually
the Bible never
disagrees with
said
the Bible.
that outer space is anything other than space.
Thanks so much for the cap, Camila. I appreciate that. No, it
I
says
know
that
the
it's
Bible
water
really
in
well, and
First
it never
Genesis
said
or
that.
in Genesis 1:6-8. It says that God created the sky and He separated the water below the sky from the water above it. It's saying that the thing that's
Because
directly
there's a
above the
heaven.
sky-
There's probably water in heaven.
little bro, the thing directly above the sky is water. That's what that verse is saying.
It's not saying the atmosphere or the universe is
It's
water.
saying above the sky is water. It's
Any
saying that outer
theologian
space is
can
water.
tell you and explain to you what that Bible verse means.
Yeah, but I'm saying
But
that
we're not
that
talking about
science-
the Bible. We're talking about God. There's
are.
evidence in Scripture of God.
Wait, Chantel, you're all over the place. Let's calm down. Yeehaw! Thanks so much for the hat and mustache. W. Camilla.
Because you know there's a God, and you coming on here not glorifying Him as God.
Twin, leave the psychoanalysis for later. I don't really care. But the argument being made that you made is just that the Bible confirms everything that science later confirms. Camilla, thanks so much for the cap. I'm telling you that that's not true because there's ascientific claims in the Bible. The idea that outer space is water is what's claimed by the Bible, and that's not the case.
Well, that's how you discern Scripture, but you don't know who God is, so you do not have the gift of discernment, which comes from God. So you do not know the Bible and all
God
that
doesn't
it teaches.
exist, so it doesn't come from God. It's a human interpretation.
You can
Thanks for the
twist
little
Scripture
crown. I
any way
appreciate
you
that.
want. It doesn't mean you can discern it.
No, this is like just very clearly what the scripture says. I'm sorry if it's not the truth.
No, it's not, because God never said that the universe was water.
Oh, he did. I'll read you the verse. This is like really easy.
No, but you're twisting it to make it
I know
sound like
you
it
don't
says
like
that.
your own Bible verses, but this is what the Bible says, and it's
Well, you don't
very
have to be
clear.
rude about my knowledge on Scripture. I am a theologian. I know my Bible.
Clearly, you're not, because you didn't think that the Bible
Well, just
says
because
that
you
outer
say
space is
it doesn't
water.
make it true. Absolutely.
Yeah,
The
if you
Bible
be,
never
so you could be a
once said-
theologian. You're just like a really bad one, I guess. So in Genesis
Or
6
you're a
through 8
really bad one, and you're
yeah,
not.
well, wait, I don't claim to be
talk to
one though. Is the
people.
difference?
I
I've
think
never
you
claimed
need
to be
God
a
in
theologian.
your life if you're going to
Chantel, I do not care.
intelligence.
Wait, do you want to hear the verse, or do you not? Do you want to keep running away?
You
from
already
it?
said the verse.
Yeah,
and you
Trump
disagree
University
that it doesn't
theologian.
say
That's
that.
so funny.
And you're just talking over me.
And God, so this is 6. And God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it, and it was so. God called the vault
It was
sky.
separated.
Yes, He separated the waters below from the waters above. Everything was water. Then He separated.
Well, what do you
water
think
from
above
water.
means? What do you think above means? There's also verses in the Bible that say that heaven is above us. It's
So
in
is heaven water?
another planet.
Is
The
heaven made of
Bible
water?
tells you that the earth is in dimensions so far away we could never reach it, but it's in heaven above us.
So is heaven water?
It has water.
But is heaven water?
Okay, like I said, it has water.
But is it water? Is it
just
all
like
water?
the earth has water?
Wait, so
separated the water on the earth.
heaven is
from the
made of
firmament
atoms?
and from the heaven, the water in heaven.
Wait, you think heaven is made of atoms?
I mean, you can always find an atom anywhere because everything just gets small.
So wait, you think heaven is a material place? Can I travel to heaven just with like a spaceship?
Yeah, but you wouldn't reach it because the distance is so far away.
So can you exactly how far is heaven? In what galaxy does heaven reside?
Dimensions. It's in the scriptures. It says the exact dimensions.
How far away? So how far would I need to travel in order to reach heaven?
It's just it would be impossible. We don't have enough fuel even on Earth to reach how far.
So that was like a how far question.
When your body dies, your spirit has to be taken through like a portal or something.
That was a how far question. I'm not asking if I could go there anymore.
Yeah, but
I'm just asking like what's the distance?
I don't know the exact numbers, but it's in the Bible.
Wait, so it's in the Bible that heaven is made of atoms?
It's made of water. It's also kind of like the earth. It's got a firmament, just like land.
Gotcha. So is that just like this Genesis verse that heaven is made of atoms?
No, I don't think it's just in Genesis. I think there's places in Revelation.
Yeah, so would you mind pointing out to me where else in the Bible it says heaven is made of atoms?
Well, I never said it was, but it is.
You said multiple times, yeah. You like literally just said
I would probably agree with that because everything's made up of atoms. I mean, we can scientifically prove there's atoms, but
I think you have not the best understanding of your own religion. If you're a theologian, I think that's really sad.
I don't see how believing in atoms has anything to do with God.
No, it's just that the theological consensus is that God is immaterial, that heaven is immaterial.
Heaven is immaterial.
Wait, if everything is made of atoms, are souls made of atoms?
I don't know everything. I mean, I'm not God. I don't have
Is
all
God
knowledge.
made of atoms? Are there atoms in
Do
God?
you have all knowledge? You're asking me all these questions.
No, but I have knowledge enough to know that God isn't real.
That's why God is real, is because there has to be a brain bigger than ours, because our minds are
Trust me,
finite.
I'm not gonna, never mind.
Our minds are considered finite. We do not have endless knowledge.
Then why does that mean that God exists?
Well, I just think that, a mind couldn't create a mind that can see things, that can dream.
A mind couldn't create a mind?
No, I'm saying a mind could create a mind. Only God could create.
Yeah, I think evolution could also create it.
Actually, science always proves that God is real.
That's not true, and you've jumped over with this claim all over the place.
Absolutely. If you look at all the scientific things we've learned to wash our hands when dealing with
scientific things that
you're not even listening. You keep talking over me.
Name some scientific things. Calm down and name some scientific things that the Bible has proven.
Okay, that we have to wash our hands when dealing with the dead body. We just figured that out. Doctors learned to do that.
Wait, where does it say this in the Bible, and when did we figure
It actually says, God actually instructs us that when we're dealing with a dead body to keep our hands clean. He's always taught us to be clean, to take care of what we have, and
so did he specify that this cleanliness was because of germs, or that you need to wash your hands?
Well, even God knew that we had to.
Wait. You're running away from the verse. What's the verse that says that we need to do this?
I'm not sure the exact.
Gotcha. You have no clue.
I might know the Bible, but I do not know verbatim every single scripture.
Gotcha. Yeah, you might know the Bible, but that doesn't mean that you know the Bible. Gotcha.
I do know the Bible. I don't have it memorized.
Gotcha. Well, I'm just asking, like, if you're gonna.
You can Google it. Anyway.
Wait, buddy, little bro, that's your job. I'm not gonna do your job for you. Are you kidding?
Little bro.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I can call you like twin instead. That's your job, twin.
Okay. Anyway. The other scientific thing that the Bible has proven.
Wait, don't pivot. Wait, so you're unable to substantiate this one, and you're pivoting to a different one. Let's hear it.
No, I'm just saying you wanted the scientific things.
I want a verse that you can actually tell me. I want. Do you have a verse? Wait, If we move to
There's
this one, will
plenty
you
of things
actually have
the
a verse?
Bible has taught that has proven that there is a God.
If we move to this one, will you actually have a
having
verse?
dirt in our skin, that were made from the dust of the ground.
Move to this one, are you actually going to have a verse? Billy, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Huge W, Billy. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the
I have
Venmo
a
is allegedly
finite
dash
mind.
Ian. The Cash App is just
Just
allegedly
like you.
Ian. W, Billy, W666. Inhale, Satan. I really appreciate that, Billy.
I can't answer every question.
Yeah,
with
but I just
Bible
want like a single verse that you are able to
I've
provide.
given
for
you
me.
a lot of verses. I
No,
just
you haven't told me the
name 'em.
specific
I
verse.
don't
I'm
know
not
if
going to
it's
do your job
Matthew
for you.
11:11.
Matthew 11:11. You want to do Matthew 11:11?
I mean, you can look at any Bible verse and
What
it
does Matthew 11:11 say?
because it's God speaking to you.
What does Matthew
This
11:11
book on the
say?
planet.
What does Matthew 11:11 say?
I mean, it just came off the top of my head. I'm not sure. I don't have a great memory. And that's because we have finite minds like the Bible does teach. You can You do not know everything, sir. And
I can't read this one, yo.
What
This isn't one of the ones that I can read. That's so funny. Whoever
I don't think you
whoever
should
said
knock
that,
God.
oh my God.
That's not good.
Yo, it's one of the verses that's anti-woman. It's one of the verses that says that like women are like inferior to men.
We are the weaker vessel. Scientifically, we don't have
Don't
as
put
many
yourself down
muscles.
like that.
Scientifically, we
I'll
don't
read
have
the
as
verse.
many.
So Matthew 11:11, the one
have
that
as
came
many
to the top of your
muscles.
head.
I'm saying really important.
Truly, I tell you,
here,
among
and you're
those
just
born of
talking
women,
over
there has
me.
not risen
It's so
anyone
rude
greater
and
than John the
obnoxious.
Baptist. Yet
You're
whoever
not
is least in
proving
the kingdom
anything
of
to
heaven is
anyone on
greater
this
than he.
live stream because all you're doing is talking over your debater.
Yeah,
not
well, you're
giving
saying
it
nothing.
to
You're
finish a
saying
sentence.
nonsense.
No, that in your opinion, a lot of people, billions of Christians on this planet are not foolish.
Yes, they are. Every single one
You
of them.
might think they're foolish.
Yes,
Does not
true.
make you right.
Correct.
But billions of Christians exist on this planet and happen to
Yeah.
think this way. It's your duty as a human to,
Actually, that might be
at
true.
least be respectful.
Yeah, wait, I have no obligation to be respectful. Your religion is literally being pushed in our schools. It's disgusting.
It's because America is a Christian nation.
Sure
We're
isn't. You can look to the
made up
Treaty of Tripoli that
Christians.
said in no uncertain language that America is not a Christian nation.
Okay,
it
well,
has not. It is not. It has never been a
There's
Christian
more Christians
nation.
in this country than any other country on the planet.
That's fine. It's a secular nation nonetheless.
It's not a secular nation. I'm
It
sorry.
is. Wait, do you know what the? Are you familiar with the Treaty of
We have
Tripoli?
morals and values
Are
in
you
this country.
familiar with the Treaty of Tripoli?
Am I familiar with what?
The Treaty of Tripoli.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, so it says explicitly that this is not a Christian nation.
Okay, well, that's up for debate because a lot of people profess
No,
to be
it
Christians.
sure isn't.
But actually,
the founding
more
fathers
people
were very clear
profess
about
to be
this.
Christians in
It
this
was
country than any
reaffirmed
other
in the
country
theory of
on the
Tripoli.
planet.
That's totally fine. The majority
You can
of this
ask your
country is
neighbor. Go to your
Christian.
neighbors.
The
And many
majority,
will find are believers in God.
Lil bro, the majority
are
of this
believers.
country, lil bro, the majority of this country is Christian. That's totally fine. Sounds good.
I think you're
It doesn't make it a
biased.
Christian nation.
And it's not
Bro's
good
doing
for an open
psychoanalysis.
discussion
Dude's doing
because
meta
you're not letting
commentary.
me talk.
That
You're
moment when I lose the argument so hard, all I have is meta commentary.
Okay, but you're biased to any other opinion of there being a
Yeah.
God. You have to be open to the fact that there
I'm
could
open
be.
to arguments. If you have an argument, I'd love to hear it. Problem is, you don't have.
Well,
an
you got to let me talk too because I have things I want to say. That's just human decency, right?
Yeah, I listen to you for as long as I need to in order to form a response. I let you talk until you say something wrong.
Okay, but I didn't say anything wrong yet, and you keep
you
talking
sure
over
did.
me.
Just like right there, I like cut you off because you have said things that are
Because
wrong.
you don't
You
have.
said that the
you don't have
Bible has proven that
those-
everything that's scientific has been proven in
It
the
just
Bible.
shows that you're not being respectful of people of difference of opinions.
I do not. Your like respect is like completely worthless to me. I just don't care.
Well, that's not good. You should care about respecting others. I think that's a moral value that comes from God.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think God exists.
Well, maybe you need to start researching and not be mean, because I think sin is the biggest reason to believe in God.
Little bro, you're on the verge of tears right now. So
No, I'm not.
Do you think God could make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
No, he couldn't make a rock he couldn't lift.
Gotcha. So then God is not all powerful because he doesn't have the power to make a rock that's so heavy he
Well,
can't
certainly
lift it.
he can do anything. That includes everything.
Oh, so he both can and also can't make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it.
Oh, that's a silly argument. God can, of course, create a rock that he couldn't lift. If he didn't want to lift
That's
a
the
rock,
exact opposite of what you just said.
but he could create himself to not be strong. He could take
Yeah.
away his power if he wanted to.
Gotcha. So God could make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it. Does God have the power to lift the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
I'm sorry, but you lost that one. Of course he can do anything.
So God, the rock is both too heavy for God to lift and also not too heavy for God to lift.
It depends on how much power he wants to give himself.
Let's say without God changing himself in any way, shape, or form, can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it? Maybe if you say I lost the argument more, that'll make it true.
I mean, you're talking about a holy God.
Yeah, it's a yes or no
I don't think
question.
you should be mocking his strength.
It's a yes or no question, big dog.
You question his inability. Well, you should be questioning what
That's
his
a yes or no
abilities
question,
are.
big dog.
He has the ability to make you even believe in him. There's nothing I can say.
Do you know what the question even was?
Do you know the Bible says that you can't believe in God unless he gave you that gift?
So the question was just, does God have the power to make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it without himself needing to change?
If you want to believe in God, you can't, because God has to.
You can't answer the question.
You know, what I'm saying is only God can make you believe. I'm not going to sit here and debate you on is God real when I can't make you believe. Only God can do that. So that's my only point, and I think that's very fundamental.
You'll forfeit the entire debate. Sounds good. Works for me.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment, dropping a follow. If you're enjoying the debate so far, sharing it with your friends. If you want to join the community, the link to the Discord is in my bio. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the heart me. If anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Thanks so much for the roses. I appreciate that. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Natalie?
Hello, how is it?
How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
And what religion are you?
I am a Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the truth of Christianity?
Okay, so I would start off with saying, let me ask you a question. So you want to argue that, or you want someone to prove that God isn't real. So I ask you, what is it that fully leads you to believe that he isn't?
Oh, so for your God, that's going to be easy. It's just going to be the problem of natural evils. So if God made the world, he made every feature of the world, then that means that God is also responsible for earthquakes. But if God is all good, then that means that earthquakes would be good, which to me is an absurdity. Earthquakes are obviously bad.
Okay.
So if God's all good, why do earthquakes exist?
Okay, so that the reason that they exist is because when God created the earth...
Can you speak up a little bit? You're a little bit quiet.
In Christianity, when God created the earth, he created everything good until, as humans, we decided to sin. So therefore, God coexists with evil, meaning evil exists, but God also exists. He, in a sense, could be responsible because he has control over everything, but he is a God of free will. So when we chose to sin, we invited evil and sin into the world, meaning, therefore, it falls onto us and not to him.
Okay, that's not the case though, because we know that earthquakes existed a long time before humans existed. So, for example, earthquakes have existed for billions of years. We know that Pangea, which existed a billion years ago, was split apart by earthquakes, and this makes sense because earthquakes come from tectonic plates, and the Earth has always had tectonic plates, which means that we can't say that earthquakes come from humans because earthquakes precede humans.
Well, no, they wouldn't come from humans.
You're covering your microphone again.
Can you? It's probably my phone case. Let me try to take this off so you can hear me. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit. Wait, it doesn't echo. Can you put your... Oh, no, it echo's gone. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so earthquakes wouldn't be caused by humans, and in a sense, they could be caused by God, but anything that is happening is for a reason and for a greater good, even if we don't see it as it is happening. So,
So do you have faith that earthquakes are good?
I don't have faith that they are good, but I have faith that they happen for a reason.
Does God have a good reason for? So if God allows something to happen, is it ultimately good?
I mean, okay, so say that a person just died from cancer, because a lot of people that don't believe in God.
Wait, we're just talking about earthquakes right now.
I mean, it could be, that's a contradiction because, I mean, as from someone with faith, it wouldn't fall into the same category as what you are looking at it as.
I have no idea. That sentence is semantically meaningless to me. What does that mean?
It means as to where you can look and point out anything that is bad, you can see it as God is punishing his kids, as to where when I look at it, I can see that maybe that earthquake happened to stop something further evil from happening, or to it happened for a reason, is how someone with faith could see it.
So you think that earthquakes, all things considered, are good?
Not all things. The world is full of evil.
But yeah, but I'm saying like if it happened for a reason, that it's for the greater good, that earthquakes happen for the greater good.
Yes.
Okay, so you would say that earthquakes are good.
Yes.
Gotcha. That's an absurdity. So let's go through specific examples, because I think that that's like a super heartless thing to say. In 2004, there was an earthquake in Indonesia that took the lives of 224,000 people. Do you think that this earthquake was good?
I mean, okay, so let me say this before I answer your question, because yes, I would think that it would be good, because I don't know the power of God and I don't know what he was thinking and why it happened. But those people that could have passed might have been right with the Lord. Maybe it was, the Bible says.
It was in Indonesia, a country that's 94% Muslim.
The Bible says that oftentimes the good die before their time to prevent them from the wickedness that is to come.
So you think that this country of 94% Muslim people were in good standing with God?
And well, even if they're not in good standing, God doesn't judge you based on, so say they don't believe in God. If they didn't, with that country being 94% Muslim, with them not having the knowledge or the capability to have a relationship with God.
It was 2004. All of them had heard of Christianity.
So you're saying that they had heard it, but they refused to believe in God?
Yes. Yeah, they heard it, and they were familiar with the concept of Christianity, and they were Muslim nonetheless.
So I ask you, how do you know that they were or weren't?
Because it was 2004. Christianity is an extremely widespread religion. Like by that age, or in 2004, like everybody knew about like every other religion. At least the name of it, or like the basic ideas of it.
It is possible, but that could not be proven.
No, I think that it's like pretty obvious to me, at least. I have no reason to think that these people wouldn't know what Christianity is.
Possibly. So let me take over for a second.
Yeah, wait. So first of all, I do want to say it's completely fucking crazy to say that these 224,000 people who were killed by an earthquake, that this earthquake was good. That's a crazy thing to say. This earthquake was bad. The death of 224,000 people is bad, actually.
I'm not saying that the deaths are bad. What I'm saying is I'm asking you to look at it from a different perspective. If you only choose to see the bad, then that is all that you will see. If you don't look at it from a different perspective, you could see ultimately a whole different category of possibilities of what it could have caused, why it happened, etc.
Wait, so are all of God's actions all good?
I'm not one to answer that.
Do you think God is all good?
I do.
But so God is all good, but you don't know if all of God's actions are all good?
Okay, so that could be like, listen, so if you know the gist of like the basics of Christianity, like I'm sure you've heard of Adam and Eve. Okay, so when God created us humans, we were good, but we are the ones that turned evil when we decided to sin, because he gave us the free will. So do you think that God is bad just because he created something that was good but turned bad?
I don't think God exists.
Okay, so if you don't believe that God exists, how could you believe that we exist? Like, how do you believe that humans came into existence?
Huge pivot away. Okay, that's fine. We hit the reductio anyway. Just that you think that earthquakes are good, and specifically that the earthquake that killed 224,000 Indonesian people was good. That's fine. I think that humans came into existence via evolution. Loka, thanks so much for the corgi. I appreciate that.
Okay, so if you believe in evolution, then I ask you, how do you trust your brain to tell you what is real and what isn't?
Because my brain is a reliable metric of telling me what's real and what's not.
Okay, so if you believe in evolution, what do you believe we evolved from?
Well, humans are apes, and we evolved from a long line of things.
Okay, so if you believe that we evolved from apes, would you go to the zoo?
We didn't evolve from apes. We are apes.
Okay, so would you go to an ape right now that's in the zoo, and would you ask it, is God real or not, and believe its response to be true?
I don't think that it would give me a response. I think it would probably tear me in half.
Okay, so I ask you, how do you believe, because even with evolution, that ape that we are, in your case, is what you say we believe, how do you believe that it came into existence?
I think that us and these other apes came from a common ancestor. Jeffrey, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate it. W Jeffrey in the comment section and W666, hail Satan. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. It allows me to stream longer every single day. Thank you all so much. So apes, or we share a common ancestor with other apes like chimpanzees. We had if you go back 6 million years, there would just be an ancestor who had not yet split into apes and chimpanzees or whatever else.
Okay, so I respect what you're saying, but from my standpoint, how can you believe that non-intellectual created intellectual? Because there's never been a time proven in history where something that was not living created something that is living. So
do you think that God is living?
I believe that God is intellectual and he created it.
But do you think, you said that everything that is living comes from something else that is living. Do you think God is living?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that things that are living die?
In a sense, God is infinite. Because in Christianity, there is God, the Spirit, and the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ, and the Father. It's hard for other people to look at it because it's how can one thing be three different things? But when
wait, I have no idea what the Trinity has to do with any of this. I'm just asking you if living things die.
They do. Jesus died. But
so living things die. God is living things die. So is God going to die?
God is infinite. Jesus was living.
Gotcha. So God is not going to die, which means God is not living.
The part of Jesus that came, Jesus is God. Jesus was the living part of God that came down and he died. But God is infinite.
Yeah, but so do you think that the Father is different than the Son?
And yes and no.
Well, yeah, I'm familiar with the Trinity, but do you think that these are the same entity?
Jesus is the living part of God. So
I'm familiar with the Trinity. I'm asking you if you think that these are, if the Father is the Son.
Yes.
You think the Father... Wait, so you reject the Trinity if you think the Father is the Son?
The Father... Okay, so I think you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say.
I think you probably just don't understand the Trinity.
I do.
Okay, so you think that the Father is the Son? So if I pulled up the Trinity on Google Images, we wouldn't see a lot of things that say over and over again that the Father is not the Son?
He isn't in the exact sense. Because I am a beginner Christian, but from my knowledge, and I decide not to gatekeep because all of these people in these comments are obviously looking for just a little bit of hope as to why Jesus should be real. So, and my understanding is you don't believe in God is real because we evolved from apes. So I'm asking.
Wait, that's not why I think God isn't real because of the earthquakes. Thank you so much to whoever just subscribed. Welcome to the community. I appreciate that.
So you don't think God is real because earthquakes happen?
Yes, that's correct.
Because something bad happens, you don't believe that God
Wait, can you speak up? I can't hear you at all.
So because something bad happens, such as an earthquake, you believe
because something natural bad happens,
natural bad happens. So
wait, can you get close to your mic? Are you covering your mic or?
My phone case. I have a protector phone case. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, much better.
So I want to dig a little bit deeper into. You said that you don't believe in God because of a natural disaster happening.
Yeah, I think that nature should never be evil to us.
But that's not possible because there is, you cannot have good without evil.
Oh, is God all good?
God is all good.
So is God good without being evil?
Yes.
So then you can have good without evil.
If you want to think of it that way, you can.
Yeah, cool. All right, W concession.
I'm through. You can let someone else join, but
All right,
I just
well-
wanted to say that to think on the intellectual and the unintellectual, and then you can decide furthermore whether or not you believe that God is or isn't real.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming on up here.
All right, thank you.
Hey, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Share it with your friends. Drop a comment to help the stream out. Drop a follow if you never want to miss a single debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. It allows me to go live longer every single day. And if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Now, if you're in those guest requests, make sure you're 18 or older, not driving, and believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Hey, what's up, guest? How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
So I just want to get right to it.
Wait, but how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 29.
29.
All right.
And yeah, what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, yeah, get to it. So why is the Christian God real with an argument that it does not rely on like your own personal experience?
Well, I was listening to you talk a little bit, talking about Pangea. You said 1 billion years ago. It's actually 300 to 200 years ago. If you check
Pangea
your
was
facts.
300 to 200 years ago?
Yes, sir. You said 1 billion years ago. I was like, what is
Fucking
it?
nonsense. That's nonsense.
You don't believe me? Want to check your facts?
Yeah. That
I'm just telling
Pangea
you.
was
So let me get
320
to
years
it.
ago?
I saw you saying that we
Fucking
came
nonsense.
from apes. From apes, supposedly. Like, bro,
Wait. Let's stay on the Benjamin. Thanks so much for the $6.66
Let
on
me
Venmo.
speak. Just like you have
Huge
the, I
W
feel like you
Benjamin.
speak over
W666.
everyone,
Hail
and
Satan.
everyone should speak over you sometimes. So you gotta let people speak too.
Yeah, wait, but let's stick on Pangea.
When
Let's not go to apes.
someone
Let's
is proving
not
their
go to
point, you
apes.
keep calling
Let's not
it
go
a
to
pivot.
apes. Let's go to Pangea. Let's
Keep
stick with
calling it a
Pangea.
pivot.
Yeah, don't pivot. Stick with Pangea.
So I told you about Pangea. It's 300 to 200 years ago.
So wait, why do we not have records of these continents moving? In fact, we have like records of like Christopher Columbus sailing across the ocean in between these things.
So you say about records, then where did you get your records of 1 billion years ago? Where'd you come up with that?
Oh, so I think it's actually like 223 million to it's in like the ballpark of a billion.
So it's 300 to 200.
How long ago was?
So I'm right?
No, because 320 years ago is
You just
different
said
than
a billion
320
years ago,
billion
and now you
years
just said
ago.
223
Wait, do you
million
think
ago.
300 is the same as 300 million?
300 is the same as 300 million? What are you
Yeah,
asking?
it's 300 to 200 million years ago. It's not 300 to 200 years ago.
They just say it's 2 to 300 million years ago. I don't have no exact number, just like you probably won't either.
Well, yeah, it's like
But you
300 to
said 1
200 million years.
billion.
It's
That's why I
not,
was like, where'd
it's
you
not
get 1
300 to
billion?
200 years ago. It's 300 to 200 million years ago. Catherine, thanks so much for the cash
Well,
app.
the way I see it,
W,
so
Catherine,
we
I
can just
appreciate
say,
that.
to get to your question, well, what you believe, God isn't real.
Oh,
So
W
if you believe God
concession.
is not real, so we can, get to the topic. Why is that? So where do you believe you came from? You believe you came from apes? That you believe that we're?
Well, I think we are
ancestors?
apes.
So you believe we are apes?
Correct.
Now I've heard many terminology about apes being like human being close to apes, but I've never once heard that we came from apes because
we
God
didn't
created
come from apes. We are apes. We are in the subcategory of apes.
Yes, the terminology, but it's a similarity. It's a similarity. It's not actually that we came from apes or we are.
No,
apes.
we actually no. And
Because when you say
it's
we
not,
are
it's not a,
apes-
it's not a similarity. It's not a metaphor. Literally, we are apes. We are great apes. That is just the way that we are classified.
Okay.
We
So
have like
the-
99.6% similarity with
the way I
chimpanzees
feel
in
when
our
it
DNA.
comes to knowing if God is real in your life or not, I feel it's testimony. What you
Oh
have
wait! I
experienced in
told you
your life.
explicitly. I don't care about personal experiences.
Yeah, because everyone is different. Everybody has their own.
Yeah,
God
so
created
I
the earth.
want your. I do not want your testimony.
So God created because maybe you don't want to hear the truth.
Well,
So
wait.
how
I
do
don't
you
want to. I
expect
don't want to hear
know
your
if
testimony.
Jesus is real
because
or
I
God
used
is
to listen to testimonies, and I've heard like 500 testimonies. They're all unconvincing. They're all wrong for the exact same reasons. Fundamentally, they are wrong because it's a matter of interpretation. If what happened to you happened to me, I would still be an atheist because if what happened to you happens to you again, it's going to make you a stronger
But this is the way I
Christian.
see
It's
it.
all a matter of
How is
interpretation.
anyone going to show you God is real?
Yeah,
you don't
you
allow
can show
them
me. You
to
can show me
give you
God
their
is real with an
testimony or
argument,
their
with
proof,
evidence, with
living
evidence,
proof that they've had in their life and their experience.
with historical evidence, with philosophical arguments. That's how you can prove to me.
Well,
God
you
is
do
real.
know it does say in the Bible that nobody can see God. So how do you want someone to physically prove and show you God?
It also says in the Bible that there's enough evidence to believe in God.
I don't know which Bible you're reading. but
Yeah,
King
this is
James-
Romans
King James
1
is a
verse
really
I think
good Bible.
20, 18 through 20. Yeah, it says in Romans 1, 20 through I think 21 that everybody has the ability to see God or to come to God based on just the evidence alone. So you shouldn't need to appeal to anything other than the evidence.
Well, Jesus is God's son.
Yeah,
The
I know
earth-
that's your conclusion. What's your argument for that?
So you say Earth, how you're saying about, I was listening right now about hurricanes or earthquakes, talking about how that's a natural disaster, how that's the natural world. God has nothing to do with that. He created Earth, but the one that's in charge here on Earth, everybody knows everything on Earth is the devil's. It's Lucifer.
Oh, so wait, so you think that the devil does natural disasters?
The devil's in charge in Earth, so most likely it will land in his hand, not in God's
Does the
hand.
devil have free will?
Because Jesus is in the throne right now.
Does the devil have free will?
Does the devil have free will? Free will?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know that, to be honest, because who am I? I don't speak to God personally.
Wait,
like
you
that,
have no
so-
idea? So if the devil does not have free will, then God's still on the hook for everything that the devil does. If I make a robot who doesn't have
It's
free
Jesus
will,
who's in the throne right now. That's what I'm
buddy,
saying.
little bro,
God is
if
not
I wait,
involved
little
with this
bro,
until he returns.
twin, if I make a robot who doesn't have free will and this twin goes and like, or this robot goes and like unalives a bunch of people, then I'm still on the hook morally because that's what I programmed the robot to do. So if God made the devil without free will and the devil now causes earthquakes, then that means that God is still on the hook for every bad thing that the devil does.
Well, it's not God because he was sent from heaven to earth, you know? So my thing is, if he's the one, if people say the world is the devil's, it's Lucifer's world. Because
Yeah,
when
you
you
just
die,
said
you don't
that, I'm
get
aware.
anything. And so it's Jesus who's in the throne. Now, when the
I don't
time
even- that's
comes
that-
and the
so
world
you can say
ends,
Jesus
when
is on the
God's time-
throne. I have no idea what that means.
Because you, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you ever read the Bible or not.
I've
but
read
it's
large
not
parts of
God
the Bible,
who's
yeah.
in the throne. It's Jesus, his
Do you,
son.
wait, do you think Jesus is God?
Jesus is his son. But
do you
Jesus
think
is in
Jesus
the
is
throne.
God?
God, when God returns,
Do you
no one
think
has-
Jesus is God, little bro?
Let me speak.
Wait, it's a yes or no question.
Well,
is Jesus
I'll answer your
God?
question when I'm done speaking.
Wait, it's
So,
a yes or no
Jesus is
question.
in
No,
the throne.
you'll answer my
God's
question
time has
now.
not-
Wait, is Jesus God? That's fine.
Look,
Is
you
Jesus
muted me. I don't know
God?
why. Is Jesus God? No, he's not. Jesus is not God. It's simple.
I'll see
Everybody
you in
knows that.
super hell, bro. If
Jesus is
Christianity
the
is true,
Son
you
of
and I are
God.
both going to hell.
All right?
That's a fundamental blasphemy.
Jesus is not God.
Wait, so I hope you've never said the phrase like Jesus is Lord or anything like that. Bro,
Jesus is Lord.
you and I are both going to hell, just to be clear. If Christianity is true, I'll see you there. If you think Jesus isn't God, the fundamental belief of Christianity, you and I both going to hell.
Joshua is God.
Do you know, like, so do you believe in the Trinity?
The Trinity of what exactly?
Gotcha.
All right. Well, the way I see it is this. I can spend here all day trying to give my testimony and speaking to you respectfully. But at the end of the day, you're stuck in your thoughts and your opinions just like I am.
No
but
one cares.
I know God
It's
is
not a
real.
commentary.
And Jesus is
make a
real.
real argument. No one cares.
It's a real argument.
It's not.
But every time I try to
you're
prove
just
my
mad. You're like
point-
whining and complaining about how the debate went. I'm sorry it didn't go your way.
No, it's just you think that God is in charge for all the earthquakes and hurricanes happening to all the people.
Well,
that
yeah,
disagree
and I
with him.
give you reasons why if the devil
So-
is in charge, God is still on the hook unless the devil has free will. But if the devil has free will, then that's contradicted by science because these
But how do you
natural
know the devil has
disasters
free
are
will?
like functioning
free will? I never said
deterministically.
he had free will. How do you know the devil has free will?
Yeah, it's because there's a
I
double
just said
bind.
that God has not returned yet.
Wait, can I?
God has
I'll
not came
answer
to
your
take the
question.
throne.
I'll answer your question. The reason the devil must have free will is because if he doesn't have free will, then God is still morally responsible. And if he does have free will, then that is out of line with everything we know about the world because we know that hurricanes, tornadoes, volcanoes, things of this sort function deterministically.
For those of you watching, the Lord is real with your testimony.
Bro
Have
got
faith
blown to
always.
pieces. All right. If you're enjoying the debates, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss a live debate in the future. Make sure you keep on double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. You can leave as many likes as you want if you want to support the stream. Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. It allows me to stream longer every single day. And if you're in those guest requests, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and that you're not driving. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. Hey, what's up, Dan? Is it Daniel? Yeah, Daniel. And thanks for the roses. I appreciate
What's
that.
good?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
About 25. How about
Okay,
you?
and what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
The existence of God, first of all, I would say, comes from the fact that nothing can exist out of thin air.
Yeah.
And, I don't think that any logical person can believe that everything that exists and even themselves, the way they exist, just came from thin air. And
Yeah, I totally agree. I
nothing
don't think that
created
everything came
something.
from thin air. Yeah.
Yeah, so that means that if there is a creation, that simply means that there was a creator also behind it.
Incorrect. I don't think that there was I think that existence exists. I don't think that you can describe it as a creation if by creation you mean something created intentionally. I think that we can have things that just exist absent a creator.
Okay, so in your opinion, where did those things that exist come from?
From the Big Bang?
From the Big Bang? Explain the Big Bang for
Yeah, so the Big Bang is the rapid expansion of the universe that then led to the formation of the Earth, which after billions of years of cooling and the formation of liquid water, the conditions were permissible for the formation of the very first life forms, which then underwent evolution and eventually became humans. That's where we came from.
So that means that in your opinion, there was like some explosion that happened? and
Not
then
an
from that-
explosion. It's a rapid expansion. It's not an explosion.
A rapid expansion of what exactly?
Rapid expansion of particles.
Okay, can you just like explain like your theory in like layman's term? Because like this is
Yeah, so
like,
you know
something
like
that
matter and atoms, right? So it's like a rapid expansion of matter and energy.
So now the issue that I have with this is that how did non-living things create living things?
Oh, do you think God is alive?
Of course, he definitely is.
So do you think that things that are alive die?
Things that are alive, it depends, because the problem is that this world has two realms. There's a physical realm and there's a spiritual realm. In the spiritual realm, things do not die. Things always are in eternity, because when you speak about death, that means that you're speaking about time, but the spiritual realm does not have any time.
Are things that die no longer alive?
Things that die in our realm are still alive. That means that ultimately.
So you think that things that die are still alive? Things that die are not dead?
Well, it depends. If you speak about things, if you speak about animals, when they die, they just die. But
could you give me a definition of death?
A definition of death can't be a broad definition that covers everybody.
So you're incapable of defining basic terms like death because your worldview is nonsense.
It's exactly where I was coming to. I was saying that there's no umbrella definition that can be given to everybody, because it depends on whose perspective you're speaking about. If
Gotcha. Wait, so I can give a very easy definition of death: no longer living.
Okay, so no.
So this is like just the disconnect from our worldview. That my worldview is like very simple to explain these things, whereas your worldview, you can't even give a basic definition of a basic phenomena that every human is going to experience.
No. So I understand. For example, death is if you want to just give some simple definitions, we can definitely do some semantics. But the problem is that some things are deeper than just a basic definition that you.
But I'm just asking you for a definition, because I'm not sure what death
a definition
means.
of death. You can say lack of consciousness. You can say.
So wait, are plants dead?
Are plants dead?
Yeah.
Wait, is your question? Are plants dead?
Yeah, are plants dead?
No.
Oh, but they lack consciousness.
But they've never had consciousness.
Gotcha. So then it seems like, but if your definition is just something that lacks consciousness, then plants would fall under this definition. So if you want to amend your definition, like when plants die, they don't lack consciousness. They don't go from being conscious to unconscious, which means that under your definition, plants can't die.
So what was your definition of death?
Yeah, no longer being alive is my definition.
So that means that that's like saying being awake is no longer being asleep.
Yeah, thanks so much for the hat and mustache. I appreciate that, Jeff. Yeah, what would be the problem of that? Yeah, I mean, it's a definition as opposed to your no definition.
Okay, well, anyways.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean anyways? Your view is just reduced to absurdity. Don't move past that.
No. The problem is that it's not a view, but then I feel like instead of focusing like on the main topic.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to, because you said that life comes from that life cannot come from non-life. I'm demonstrating to you that there's no coherent definition of life that would include God.
So how is how does your definition of death prove to us that life came from nowhere, came from thin air?
Yeah, so I'm proving to you that. Well, oh wait, because I don't think that life came from nowhere. I think life came from molecules that were in the ideal state in a permissible location for the formation of self-replicating molecules, which then gained the ability to have a metabolism. So we have self-replicating molecules with metabolism, thus life.
Okay, so do you think that then those molecules in maybe say 1,000 more years are gonna be created into different kinds of human beings again? Like there's gonna be different.
No, because evolution is a process that takes hundreds of millions of years.
Evolution is a process that takes hundreds of millions of years. But then the problem is that the universe in which we live. In your understanding of it, is it eternal or did it start existing?
Okay, so we don't know what came before the Big Bang, but I would probably affirm that it's eternal.
That you assume that the universe is eternal.
Yep.
Okay, so that means that in an eternal universe, at a certain point there was nothing, there was no life, there was just molecules that were on it. Those molecules, you don't know where they came from, but all you know is that at a certain point the molecules started expanding until they became human beings.
No, that
is
they
that
could
really
that they existed, that they could have just existed eternally. So we don't know what came before the Big Bang, but I would defend the existence of an eternal singularity. That there was just a collection of atoms and energy, and that this collection, the singularity, was disposed to rapidly expanding at the time that it did. Thus, it rapidly expanded at the time that it did.
Can you explain that one more time, please?
Yeah, so we don't know what came before the Big Bang, but I would defend the existence of an eternal singularity for the sake of proving that there are naturalistic explanations for where the universe came from. An eternal singularity would be a singularity that existed forever and then was disposed to rapidly expanding at the time that it did.
Okay, so at the end of the day, if we have to explain what your theory is in layman's term, that means that at a certain point, there were just molecules on this earth, on this universe that has existed forever. We have no idea what existed before that, but then...
Wait, there wasn't a before that. They existed forever.
Oh, so they've always existed?
Yes.
And therefore, does that mean that they will also always exist, or that means they stopped existing after expanding?
Yeah, I mean, they totally could always exist, or they could cease to exist under specific conditions.
What would those conditions be?
I don't know, like whatever conditions lead to the molecules no longer existing would be those conditions.
Okay, so those molecules began to expand until they began to gain intelligence and then began to grow.
Not really. Parts. So they expanded and then formed the Earth, and then these molecules on the Earth were in a permissible location for the formation of self-replicating molecules, not life yet, which then gained the ability to have a metabolism, thus becoming self-replicating with a metabolism, and thus becoming life.
Okay, so what's in the Word of God exactly in the Bible makes you
pivoting
doubt?
Away from this conversation, or
no, because you know the problem is that I'm definitely like not as maybe like I haven't definitely read as much as you have, because I'm assuming that before coming on here, you like had a lot of time to like gain knowledge on whatever you believe in.
Yeah, try.
But as good of an orator you are, I'm not really shifting the goalpost, but then I just want to understand, like, at what point in your life, because it seems from what I heard that you have some knowledge of the Bible. So at what point of your life did you read the Bible and then realize that, okay, this is just doesn't make sense at all, and there's definitely something that's above whatever I've read here?
Yeah, I mean, I just in 8th grade, I met a friend who challenged me like on basic beliefs, asked me like 2 basic questions, and then the entire worldview came crashing down. So it was, yeah, I wasn't like hurt by the Bible or anything like that. I just decided one day that it didn't make sense because a friend told me that it didn't make sense, and he was very convincing with it.
Okay, so it was in 8th grade that a friend convinced you that the Bible is fake.
Yep.
And there's something greater than whatever it is.
Yep.
And then you started doing research on it.
Well, no, I mean, the argument was, yeah, I mean, I've done research like very recently, but yeah, after that, I stopped thinking about it.
But do you recognize that there are certain things that human beings just don't understand and that science just can't prove?
Yeah,
Like,
so
for
there's
example-
there's things that human beings don't understand, and there's also things that human beings do understand. So one of the things that human beings understand is that contradictions cannot exist. That if there is a thing that both is and isn't a certain property, that this thing can't exist. We can't have a circle which is also a square. We can't have a ball that's 100% blue and also has like some parts of it that are red. If a thing can't both be and also not be. And for that reason, I knew that God didn't exist because there was a contradiction made very plain to me about God.
Which is what about like the whole molecule situation?
No, it's can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it? That's the question that collapsed my entire faith.
Can God make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
Correct.
But then, how do you assume that he can't lift it? What does that?
Oh, well, so I can just ask you the question: can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
No, definitely not.
Oh, then God's not all powerful.
Can he make a rock that so heavy that he can't lift it?
Yeah, then he lacks the power to make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it. Means he's not all powerful.
No, the problem is that that's an argument. It's like saying can God lie? And I'm like, no, he can't lie. Then you're like, okay, so that means that he doesn't have.
Yeah, thanks so much for the hat and mustache. I appreciate that.
That's like saying, can God lie? I'm like, no, he can't lie. And you're like, okay, so since he can't lie, that means that he's not able to do whatever he wants. He's not able to do his own will.
Yeah.
The only issue with that is that God is all powerful and there's nothing that is above him, and therefore there's no point in time when he will do something that is going to be limiting to his own ability.
So we're talking about possibility, not the things that God will actually do. You agree that, so I'll give a definition of all powerful. So all powerful is having the ability to do all things. If God does not have the ability to create a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it, that means that God is not all powerful. If God is not all, well, I mean, that's it. Yeah, God's not all powerful. It's not the Christian God.
But then the fact that you're already saying is God all powerful, that means that it's already assuming that God exists.
No, it's not. It's an internal critique. So we're assuming that what you say is true, and then we're finding contradictions.
Okay, so can God, in your logic, is not all powerful because he cannot do something which limits his ability in a certain sense. So that's the same thing. Like, is God not all powerful because he can't create something that is more powerful than him? That in itself does not make sense at all, because I don't see why an all powerful somebody that is already at the top would want to create something that's going to be above himself.
It's not about want to create, it's about could create. So I don't want to go to like nursing school, turn my entire life around and like go to nursing school. I could do that though. I'm not going to, and I don't want to, but I could do it. So it doesn't matter if God isn't going to create a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it, or that he doesn't want to do that. I'm just asking if he could do that. And if he could do that, then that means that he either could lift it, in which case he failed at making the rock in the first place, so he's not all powerful, or could not lift it, which means he lacks the ability to do something, in which case is not all powerful. So either way, the conclusion is that God is not all powerful.
Okay, no. Then, if I understand well your question, that means that God is capable. All right, is capable of doing anything. That means there's nothing that is above his capability. There's nothing that is above his power. But the problem is that does not mean that there are certain things that he will do. It's the same way that when Jesus Christ, for example, went 40 days fasting and praying, when the devil came to him and told him that if you are the Son of God, change this rock into bread. Jesus did not lack the ability to do it, but then he just simply did not do it because of a certain principle, because he couldn't take orders from the devil.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, wait, so let's work with that. So is God capable of making a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Okay, so that means that if you're speaking about his capability, no matter what's the sentence that follows that, he's capable of doing anything.
Oh, gotcha. So you would say that God is capable of making a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
If you're speaking about capability, yes.
Yeah, so if God did that, and then God lifts that rock, is God capable of lifting the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Now, this is like just a circle that leads to nowhere that you're trying to get us in.
Well, it leads to a contradiction is what it leads to.
It doesn't. The problem is that it does not lead. Okay, if is the president of the United States capable of deciding to declare wars everywhere that he sees fit? Like,
yeah, he is capable of doing
Russia.
that.
He's capable of doing it. But then, if he does not do it, okay, that means that there's definitely a reason why he's deciding not to do it. Does not mean that he lacks.
This isn't relevant. We're just talking about capabilities. It's strictly a conversation of capabilities. So if God is capable of creating a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it, and he's capable of lifting the rock that's so heavy he can't lift it, then he failed at creating a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it. The rock would be both so heavy he can't lift it and also not so heavy that he can't lift it. It's as simple as that.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If we're going based off of that argument, then definitely I understand like where your reasoning is coming from. That makes like total sense. Because yeah. So I mean, I don't think there's anything to argue about that. Because it's just like gonna come back to a circle, because it's gonna be like, okay, kind of like playing some semantics. That's all it's gonna be. But then the problem that is there is that the biggest issue that people should have is believing that everything in this world came from nothing, and that there's no explanation as to how they came.
Nobody thinks this.
I mean, came from, because when you speak about molecules, I don't think you can give me the name or describe what those molecules looked like, or what they were, or what they were doing during that time.
Well, yeah, the singularity. They were staying there doing molecule things.
Like what are molecules
expanding? I don't know, they were like vibrating or whatever. Who knows?
Exactly. That's why I just said you can't even tell me what.
Yeah, I can tell you. Wait, so do you know exactly what God was doing at like literally every point of his existence?
I know what God was doing.
They were just like following the properties that molecules follow.
How vibrating?
Yeah, like in a hyper condensed point. Yeah.
Wait, are you saying God was vibrating?
No, I'm saying the molecules were vibrating.
But then you don't know that for sure. You're just assuming that's what they were doing.
Well, yeah, I prefaced all this with we actually don't know what's before the Big Bang, but I defend the existence of an eternal singularity for the sake of argument.
Okay, but then, anyways, I don't see how an intelligent being like yourself would come out of molecules that were just vibrating and then decided to expand and then
didn't decide, were disposed to. There's not like they don't have like a mind. They don't make decisions. They just had like a disposition, or there was like a quantum shift is a different way I heard it put.
So do you believe in aliens?
I think it's statistically very likely that aliens exist.
So do you think that those aliens also started from like molecules that were vibrating and then,
yeah, correct.
So on every single planet, that's just what happens over.
Yeah, correct. Everything came from the singularity and this specific defense. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
Do you have anything else? Otherwise, I'll probably move on to the next guest.
Yeah, it was great arguing with you.
Yeah. I appreciate you coming on up here. It was great. Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, make sure you double tap on that screen, share it with your friends. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. We're almost there. Drop a comment. Tell me how hard I lost that last debate. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. It allows me to go live for longer every single day. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Thank you so much for the heart me, Princess Leia. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo, how you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Thanks so much for the roses. And what religion are you?
Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God? Thanks so much, Addis, for the donut.
Kind of like the last dude before me, you know how you believe in the Big Bang. I believe there has to be a creator in order for creation.
Oh, so I would just say that it's not a creation, it's just existence. Thanks so much for the hand heart, Addis. I appreciate that.
Right. So what I'd say to argue that is, so you basically, my understanding of it is, you say you believe in the Big Bang, as in the molecules were in existence, and then, you know, they spread out, and then we evolved down the line. So
to clarify, what I think is that we don't know what came before the Big Bang, but I defend the existence of an eternal singularity for the sake of argument, to demonstrate that there's naturalistic explanations for where we came from, so we don't need to rely on like a supernatural explanation.
Right. I see what you're saying. So what I would argue though is, so you say we evolved from apes. Well, if we evolved from apes,
we are apes.
Right. So why are there still apes on the planet?
Yeah, because apes is like a subcategory. It's like a large category of things. It's like saying like, well, if you're a golfer, then why are there other golfers on the planet? It's because it's just like a category that has lots of subcategories. Humans are one type of great ape, as are like chimpanzees or bonobos.
So what type of great ape are we though? What type?
We're Homo sapien.
All right. So, but I'm sorry if you could just elaborate, because it's not really making much sense to me. If we evolved over all them years from that type of great ape, why haven't the other apes evolved? Why aren't other apes?
They did evolve. Yeah, they evolve into their own evolutionary niche. So we fulfill one evolutionary niche. We're like smart as shit, and we like work well in groups and stand straight up. And all these other apes do other things. Like chimpanzees are also very intelligent and get extremely shredded off of eating nothing but leaves.
Mm-hmm. So can you explain to me a little bit, what's that evolutionary niche?
Yeah, just that there's like evolutionary reasons why humans are good at being like very intelligent. Deborah, thanks so much for the superpowers. I appreciate that. Whereas chimpanzees are good at like their societies and also being very strong. Like chimpanzees are a lot stronger than us, but they're also highly intelligent.
All right, I see what you're saying. See, but I just can't wrap my mind around that, just due to the fact that it wouldn't make very much sense.
What part of it?
That we evolved from apes, but it's still apes that are still not evolving. It just wouldn't make very much sense.
Yeah, so we're not Pokemon. It's like the progression. Like I'm not going to turn into like a Charizard if you make me hit like level 36, right? Like we evolve over millions of years, and the progression isn't like, well, first we were chimpanzees and then we were bonobos and now we're humans. There was a common ancestor, and then this common ancestor split up into multiple different routes. From these routes, they all also like split up, and eventually we ended up with the apes that currently exist now. Humans, bonobos, chimpanzees, the other ones.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, but what's limiting them though? You know, why aren't they? If we all started, so all right, going back, how did the Big Bang create living organisms, and then them living organisms create all these different type of species and different animals and different creatures?
Yeah, so it created all these different species via evolution, but the way that it created this is, I defend via a process called abiogenesis, that there was the formation of self-replicating molecules which weren't alive, and then these self-replicating molecules gained the ability to have a metabolism, thus making them alive. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but that's still not explaining as to where all these different species and animals came
Yeah,
from.
through evolution, that evolution branches. So we have genetic mutations all the time, and these genetic mutations grant features that are advantageous or not advantageous. And if it's advantageous for us to have these features, then it'll double down on that, and it'll be like really cool. And then we'll get these features like even stronger and propagate that to our kids. Meanwhile, somebody else who had a different genetic mutation, like if you go far enough down the line, if that was also advantageous, it'll turn into a different species. Brandon, thanks so much for the $5 on Venmo. Huge W, Brandon, in the comment section. I appreciate the support. If anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Thank you all so much for your support. It allows me to stream longer for every single day, and I appreciate it. W, Brandon, in the comment section.
All right, so validating your argument though, I mean, it's still not clicking with me how it started, and then you got land animals, you got sea animals, you got animals that can fly, and then you got apes, and then we evolved from apes, but yeah, all these other animals are still basically the same.
Wait, what do you mean all these animals have also evolved? Everybody is always constantly evolving.
But I mean, where's your proof though? I mean, so
this is like evolution can be demonstrated in a lab. You can take a set of like bacteria and you can put antibiotics in this set of bacteria, and then watch them over generations. The ones who are resistant to these antibiotics will survive and propagate, whereas the ones who are not resistant, who are susceptible to these antibiotics, will be unalived by them.
Right, but it's still not explaining to me how we got fish. So one day, the fish started walking out of the water and got legs, and then they evolved from having legs to having.
They probably didn't have like legs per se, but they had a method for moving out around on the surface, because there was like advantages to being on the surface. Like plants came out onto the surface first, and then that provided a food source for a number of animals. So then they came out of the water. It's as simple as that.
But why though? Why would they?
Because it's like a place where you can eat food, and if you are able to eat food and no other species is able to eat that food, then you have a huge advantage because all this food is yours.
But how would they know that there's food on land?
Because they could sense it, presumably, or they could see it. Whatever method they used for finding food, they were capable of going out into the land and realizing that there was food out there, which means that anyone who could get even a little bit past the water towards the food that was growing on the beaches or the sand or wherever could eat that food and then return to the land or to the water, and that would be like a huge evolutionary advantage for them.
So basically, your argument is that there was fish. And then a certain type of fish, you can't really name a type of fish. I mean, and that's.
There's tons of fish who are capable of coming out of the water. Like you can look to like amphibians, for example, who are both like living in water and also live outside of water. There's also just like lots of like fish proper who have no problem living outside of water for long periods of time.
Right now, though, you know that, but you wouldn't know that back then. Who was alive back then? There's no way to prove it back then, right?
Yeah, we have fossils.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what
we have. Wait. Yeah, we have fossils, so we do know in large part what was alive. Like we have like lungfish.
I'm saying we're going all the way back to when they first started evolving. So you're saying that there's fossils that were alive all the way back then before there was even fish coming out of the water.
All fossils were once alive, correct? Kai, thanks so much for the subscription. W Kai in the comment section. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. I appreciate that.
So I'm trying to, but you're kind of just dismissing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that all fossils weren't alive. I'm saying there's fossils that date back to the time. Because I mean, in all honesty, you couldn't even put an actual date on when.
No, I can. We can date fossils.
I'm not saying you can't date fossils. I'm saying you can't put a date on when evolution first started. No one.
I mean, yeah, we have like pretty strong estimations for it. Let me show. I can pull that up. When was the first life? 3.7 billion years ago.
Okay, and then look up how old is the oldest fossil.
How old is the oldest fossil? That would be around 3.5 billion years ago.
Okay, so that's what, 0.2 billion years unaccounted for?
Yeah, they probably have. So they have good reason for not doing that, because I believe that bacteria themselves are not capable of being fossilized because they're just way too small. But it needs to get a little bit bigger than that. But we know how long, like the rate at which it takes this to evolve in that way So from knowing the rate at which it takes them to evolve, we can estimate, based on the first one, how long ago evolution started.
So basically, estimating that rate, they estimate that 0.2 billion years before they found the oldest fossils when there was living organism.
Yep, that's correct.
All right. So, I mean, regardless of all that, for real, though, like I was saying, is so your argument is that one day a fish or whatever amphibian came out of the water a little bit, saw that there was grass or some type of plant life form that they could eat, and then came back into the water and was like, yo, let's go out. We got some more food. We can
Just
start-
that over time, the ones who were capable of leaving the water for longer and longer periods of time to go and gather food would have been a huge evolutionary advantage. Yeah. If there's food out there and you have the capability to go and eat the food, that's massive.
Right. But it still wouldn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense to everyone but you, I think.
But it does. I mean, I guess it might just be me, but it's still in my head. You can't wrap around the fact that they started going on. And then how does a fish turn into a mammal? How does a fish?
Yeah, through the evolution of like mammary glands, I think.
I know
Jeffrey, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Huge W, Jeffrey. Huge W666. Hail Satan. Thanks so much, Jeffrey. I appreciate that.
But it still wouldn't make sense that a fish would evolve into a mammal that eats meat and eats plants and meat, and it just wouldn't make sense. But okay, let's take this theory though. Okay, so when did dinosaurs come into play?
Wait, what do you? This is like millions of years ago? I don't know. Like, do you just want like the facts? Like,
Yeah,
you can
that's
look
what I'm
all
trying-
these. You can
that's
just
what
like
I'm trying- that's
Google
what I'm
all
trying-
these like very basic facts.
I'm trying to get your facts.
Yeah. How old are dinosaurs? 65 million years ago is when they went extinct. 245 to 66 million years ago.
That's when they.
So they started living around 245 million years ago, went extinct around 66 million.
So how are all these different? That's what I'm trying to say. So if we have this one type of fish or amphibian comes out of water and then that evolves. So you're telling me that that specific species of fish evolves to another specific species of a mammal. So how does all these other mammals come into play? How does a fish turn into a bird? How does a fish? And I know what you're going to say, evolution, but I'm saying, how do you get all these different species of birds, all these different species of mammals, all these different species of other type of mammal? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think I've explained this, but I can try explaining this again. So it's because they fill different evolutionary niches that from like the first bird who's capable of achieving flight, it's going to turn into different birds based on the evolutionary needs. So I think this is like Darwin's classic example, and I don't know if this specifically has been disproven, but the idea that just like different birds, depending on the way that they feed, that like the hummingbird has like the long mouth to consume like the nectar, because that's what they live off of, whereas other birds have mouths that are more suited for like tearing flesh apart, like hawks. Or birds that are capable have mouths that are adapted for like crunching open nuts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why would a bird that already has a mouth for eating nuts evolve to a mouth that it needs to get nectar?
Wait, I don't know if they did. Probably because of like the availability of supply. Like let's say that your mouth is like evolved for eating nuts, but there are no nuts around you. So all you can do is survive based on eating nectar, and like all the other birds can do. So the ones whose mouths are like even a little bit better at getting nectar are going to be the ones who are going to be selected for, because they're going to get more food in the long run.
Selected. Who's selecting though? That's what
it's like nature. It's natural selection.
That's. You're still not understanding what I'm saying. So a bird would rather stay in an area with no nuts if it didn't have nuts, and wait years, millions of years is what you say, to evolve to have.
No, it evolves over time. Like evolution is a process that's still happening. Wait, little bro, I've explained this like just an unbelievable number of times. I think you're just not going to get it.
I'm asking for the definition.
To be honest, I think you're just not going to get it. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. Let's get all the way up to 120K likes. Drop a follow if you're enjoying the debates and you want to see more in the future. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Jamie, are you there? Jamie, are we doing like a little production or? Okay, whatever. To the person in the comments who keeps spamming, you're technically disrespecting religion. Yeah.
God is real.
I know.
Your age
Be
is
quiet.
single digit. Correct. Yeah, I am disrespecting religion. Let's go. Damn, we're not getting anyone. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Iron, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Iron Guard Lives, are you there?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm well over legal age.
Yeah, and what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
And what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
I think one of the strongest argument for a God in general.
Can you get closer to your microphone or like uncover
Yeah.
it? You're a little bit quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I think there is a way to interpret with science the existence of a God.
Yeah, but so that's not what I'm not asking, is religion compatible with God? I'm asking you, why does a God exist?
Okay. Well, I would argue that do you accept the Big Bang as a fact?
I accept it as like the leading theory with a mountain of evidence.
Okay, so like would you say that evidence for okay, so you believe it's the leading theory, so you adhere to this theory, right?
Yeah, I mean, I believe what science believe, or the leading theory in science. Yeah, I believe the Big Bang is true, but I recognize that it's not a scientific fact; it's a scientific theory.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, the Big Bang theory establishes that the universe had a beginning.
No, not necessarily. The universe as we know it has a beginning, but there could be things
Correct.
before that.
Correct. This is
Okay.
where I'm going. So that the universe as we know it, according to Big Bang theory, has a beginning. Now,
Yeah, sure.
This universe was also created from nothing.
No.
I
Why
think
would we
this-
believe that the universe comes from nothing?
I think it's a reasonable conclusion of this.
No, I don't. So, in the reason, I would say we don't know what came before the Big Bang, but I'd be willing to defend the existence of a singularity, which is eternal.
Okay, so that by singularity, you mean...
The collection of all the matter and energy in the universe.
Okay, so this is a place where the laws of physics do not work anymore or do not make sense.
Why would they not make sense or work?
That's the generally accepted definition of singularity or understanding.
That's
of
not the one that I use, unless you could give me the
Okay, so
generally, unless you
this-
can like cite me something.
Okay, so in this singularity you propose there are laws, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that this singularity cannot be the cause of the universe, since it
Why
has laws by which it functions.
Oh, I can just appeal to brute facts for that. That these things are just a brute fact. So I would ask you, why did God desire to make the laws the way He did?
Why is a very difficult question. Is trying to understand the reasoning behind creation. That's very hard to understand unless you're God.
Oh, gotcha. Then it seems like there's just like a big gap in your worldview.
Why?
Because you can't answer that question.
I can't answer why God made the universe.
Yeah, like why did he have like the specific desire?
Yeah, but that doesn't make the idea of God creating the universe less likely just because I don't know why he made it.
Oh, that's totally fine. But then I just say that our theories are on like exact equal footing. That I could just say, well, I don't know why the laws of the universe are the way that they are.
Yeah, of course, but you can still make some assumptions because the fact that there are laws that govern this state, and you can draw the conclusion that there must be a cause beyond these laws.
Sure, and why do we need to draw that conclusion?
Because that's empirical understanding of the world that we have, that everything that exists or begins to exist rather has a cause.
That's incorrect. No, this is actually the opposite, because we know from quantum physics that things have, that electrons have upspins and downspins, and there's actually no reason why a specific electron has an upspin or a downspin.
There's no known reason.
No, no. We know that there is literally no reason. It's not, we don't know the reason, there is no reason. That was proven in 2015 by physics that's way above my head.
Okay, well, I don't believe that because there's.
Gotcha. So you think the physicists are lying?
Are you familiar with you cannot prove that with physics because.
No, but so you think when the physicists claim that yes, you can, you think that they're lying?
The singularity itself, as understood by most people, is a place where the laws of physics are unknown or do not apply.
Wait, you're not talking to most people, you're talking to me. I'm sorry if I'm not giving the answers you want. I think you need to engage with the answers I'm giving.
I'm just using like the common definition of.
That's fine, and I've explained to you that this is not my definition.
Okay, and according to your definition, the singularity acts randomly, right? That's your.
No, wait. In what way?
You said they can. You said earlier that some particles can do things for no reasons, can do actions for no reasons.
Well, wait. That's just the scientific consensus that there's some things that happen for no reason. That there's no reason why a specific electron has an upspin or a downspin. That there's like nothing that caused this to be the case.
Scientific consensus, what does it mean? It's not like a proven or a maxim.
Science functions based on consensus. If you don't like consensus, you don't like science.
Okay, but the consensus of science is that the universe had a beginning.
No, it's not. Could you demonstrate to me? Can you point me in the direction of this consensus?
I could also ask you the same then about
easily. Yeah, that's like super simple. The go-to experiment to prove this is specifically that if you heat up like a bar, I think it's like a bar of silver in like a furnace, and then like flip on a magnet. I'm probably butchering the experiment. It'll randomly go upward or downward, and there's absolutely nothing that causes it to go in one direction or the other.
Okay, so you're saying that this experiment, can you name the experiment? Can you tell me how it is? Conclusion that that random is real, or is just the conclusion because we seem to observe it that it has no cause, but that doesn't mean it is so, because we don't know. For example, in our genetic code, it used to be considered that most of our genetic code was random or trash DNA until a few years ago. Just because we didn't understand it doesn't mean there are no laws governing over it.
Well, wait. So the claim, and you're just not tracking. The claim is not that we don't know. The claim is that there are no laws which govern it, that these things are 100% and completely uncaused. This is just the consensus in quantum mechanics.
But this is there's no way to prove it that there is no cause.
Wait, can you prove that there's no way to prove it?
No, if you're making a claim, it's
but you're the one who's making the claim that there's no way to prove it. So prove that claim that there's no way to prove it.
It's yeah, sure. It's you're familiar with Gödel?
With incompleteness theorem, yeah.
Yeah. So you're acting from within the system, and you're trying to derive truths truths about the system that his theory proposes that there can be truths that cannot be derived from the system.
Wait, yeah, but there's also like specific instances where you can determine that there is no solution to a specific thing. Thanks so much for the Franktastic, Deborah. I really appreciate that. W Deborah in the comment section.
Yes, that there is no solution from within the known information.
Just that there's no solution at all.
Well, that's not, that's against logic. If you say...
Wait, you think that there's never a single time in mathematics where an answer has no solution?
I mean, you could make one deliberately where you can, there's no solution. You can
There's tons, there's innumerable problems that have no solution.
Yeah, that haven't been solved, but...
It's not they haven't been solved, it's that there's no solution.
Okay, but...
I'll give you an example of one right now. So let's say that we had what's the solution to 3x plus 5 equals 3x minus 5?
Good. Maybe some irrational, I don't know right now.
Yeah, so the solution is that there's no solution to 3x plus 5 equals 3x minus 5.
Okay, so that means this equation makes no sense, actually. It's not like a valid equation.
No, it's just that there's some things that have no solution.
Yeah, but this is something.
If you want to look at a different one, we can look at undecidable problems in computer science. There's a set of problems that definitely have an answer, where each of the questions definitely have an answer because they're yes/no questions. It's just that the solution isn't possible to find. You can look to the halting problem, for example. It's not possible to find an algorithm that tells you whether something will, whether a different computer will halt or not halt under a different algorithm.
Okay, but this is like you cannot find a solution.
It's not a you can't find a solution. It's that there is no solution because it leads to contradictions if there were a solution.
Okay, so
it's called an undecidable problem. It's as simple as that. Jesse, thanks so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate that, Jesse. Thanks so much. W Jesse in the comment section.
Okay, so thing is with mathematics or logic, you can appeal to some things like you said, like paradoxes that have no solution. But in physics, infinite numbers do not apply, and things in physics.
You think? You think there's no infinities in physics?
Can you give an example of an infinite?
I could probably find one pretty quickly. I bet chat knows.
Yeah, sure. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, thanks so much for the hand heart. I appreciate that. If anybody in chat has an example of infinity in physics, I'd love to hear it.
That's one of the main things why physics stops at the singularity, because beyond some assumptions like that point is infinitely dense or infinitely small, things start, you can make conclusions that don't make sense just because you're working with infinity. It's just...
oh, well, yeah, people say that space-time is infinite.
Yeah, but there's... good argumentation that this cannot be true.
Do you think that time has an end?
No, but time
So then
has
time's infinite. Cool. Glad we arrived at that conclusion together.
Yeah, but it's not infinite in the past.
What?
It's infinite in the future, but not infinite in the past.
Yeah, but it's an infinity that exists in physics.
Well, it's let's say an incomplete infinity because it's not infinite in the past.
But it's like an infinite sequence, right? Like it's existed and it's going to continue to exist forever. It's a never-ending sequence.
Yeah, of course, but it's not like an actual infinity because it has a beginning.
No, but it is because you can have a thing with a beginning that goes on forever and it's infinite. So wait, okay, if it's not an infinity, then how big is it? Thanks so much for the hand heart. I appreciate that.
Well, in the past, it's like 14 billion years approximately by current science.
Yeah, so how long is time going to go on for?
Well, it will go infinitely.
Perfect. So it is infinite. W concession.
I'm just saying it's not applicable in. It's like something that will happen. It's not like in this universe we don't have any working infinity in physics.
Do you think? Wait. Do you think pi exists?
I'll give you an example. Why?
Wait. Do you think? Wait. But do you think pi exists? I don't know how you're giving me an example of how there's no infinities, but does pi exist?
No, I said in physics, infinities don't make sense.
Yeah.
In mathematics, yeah. In philosophy.
But does pi exist in physics?
Pi is used in some physics calculus. But
and how many digits does pi have?
Do you know anyone who applies all digits to a physics calculus using pi?
Well, yeah, I mean, they use like extremely accurate estimations, yeah.
Yeah, so they use an estimation. They don't use the actual infinite sequence. Because I'm going to explain why it's impossible to use infinite.
Well, wait, no, I have a degree in computational mathematics. There's no need for an explanation.
Okay. No, just how it relates to physics. For example, if I wanted to
wait, so just because you don't use it, does that mean that it's not real? That those digits aren't like actually a part of pi?
Yeah, I didn't say it is not real. I just said the concept of infinity cannot be applied in physics in the current universe. I didn't say that it cannot exist as a mathematical concept or a philosophical concept. It's just that it has no application in physics.
Lauren, thanks so much for the $3 on Cash App. I appreciate it. W Lauren in the comment section. Damn, my viewership is dropping rapidly. I'm probably going to move on to the next guest, but I do appreciate you coming on up here. Thanks so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get this live out into even more people. Wait, did Tashika just hit a reset? Damn, that would be so unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. Make sure you're dropping a follow, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly Dashy in. The Cash App is just allegedly in. I appreciate any and all support. It allows me to go live for longer every single day. I apologize. I've been told that opening and closing that water bottle is like unbearable. That it makes like a bad sound through the microphone. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's get this in front of as many people as we can. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Okay, so
wait, how old are you? Okay. Yeah, if you're in that guest request box, be 18 or older. Don't be a yapper. Believe in the Christian God, the Jewish God, or the Muslim God. Hey, what's up, guest? How's it going? Husband, are you there? Okay. A fetus indeed. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
It was good, man.
How old are you?
I'm gonna be 21.
Okay, can you speak closer to your microphone? If you're off the app, I can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better. So how old are you?
20.
Okay, and what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
Based on my belief, like, I've witnessed some stuff, and
wait, can you give me an argument that doesn't revolve around personal experience?
No, I cannot give you any argument that based on personal experience.
Yeah, because this is like the personal experience. I've listened to so much of it, and I just don't care.
Well, do you have any argument that's based on not on personal experience that prove that God does not exist?
Yeah, indeed. So, do you think that Jesus is God?
He's the Son of God, yeah.
But do you think that he's God?
What was that?
Do you think Jesus is God?
They're the same being, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that God changes?
God can change form, yeah.
Oh, you think God changed? So you would reject the verse in Malachi that says that God doesn't change?
He can change form, not change like as being bad.
No, but I'm just like, so you think that there's ways in which God changes. So you think that there's like, it's possible. Do you think God exists outside of time?
Yes.
How does a being that exists outside of time change?
What you mean? How does it change?
Yeah, so to me, change means becoming different. In order to become something else, there needs to be a passage of time. You can't become something if there's no time. Otherwise, you would just already be that thing.
Like you confusing two different changes.
So I'm asking, no, because change just means to become different. I'm not sure what change you're talking about.
The change I'm talking about, like you trying to put like God and Jesus like two different person or two different being. But what I'm saying,
I'm not trying to do that at all.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, wait. So do you think that God knows everything?
He does.
Okay, and if someone knows everything, then can they learn anything?
No.
Okay, so you would say that since Jesus is God, Jesus knows everything, correct?
Jesus is the Son of God. I would like to think so, yeah.
Yeah, so Jesus knows everything. So it's not possible for Jesus to learn anything.
No.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to be clear to the audience, we're committed to the stance that Jesus cannot learn anything new. So in Luke 2:52, Jesus learned something new. It says that Jesus grew in wisdom. If Jesus can't learn anything new, how is Jesus growing in wisdom?
Was it true that Jesus was born on the earth?
Yeah, Jesus was born on the earth, yeah.
All right. So he was raised as a human, right?
Gotcha. So Jesus learned things.
True.
But Jesus both doesn't learn things and also learned things.
Can I finish? Can I prove my
But
point?
I just want to, is that correct? Jesus both doesn't learn new things. He can't learn new things, but he learned new things.
What was that?
So you would affirm that Jesus both can't learn new things, but also learned new things?
That's not the point.
No, but I'm asking you, so which of these two would you disagree with, that Jesus can't learn new things or that Jesus learned new things?
In the way that you showing it, Jesus can learn new things.
Okay, so Jesus is not omniscient then.
Jesus is not what?
He doesn't know everything then.
Jesus do know everything.
Oh, so if Jesus knows everything, then how can he learn new things? Wait, you agreed earlier explicitly to everybody that Jesus does not learn new things, that he can't learn new things. You said that in front of everybody. Every single person saw it. But now you're flip-flopping because your religion is nonsense.
Listen, since God is the Father and Jesus is the Son, and he was sent as a human, so I like to say God is the one that do not learn, like he already knows, and Jesus is like the one that was. So they will show you that he has to learn new things. He went.
Wait, your
as a
microphone
human
quality just got like
child,
much worse. Did you change your mic?
Can you hear me? 'Cause I cannot
No,
hear
it sounds like you're in a fish tank.
Cannot hear what you're saying.
Under the sea, under the sea. Darling, it's better. Down
I
where
cannot
it's
hear
wetter.
what you're saying right now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, you sound like you're under a fish tank. You're like inside of a fish tank.
What was that?
It sounds like you're inside of a fish tank. Oh wait, you're better now, I think.
I don't know what's cutting.
Oh, bro ran. Okay. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Yeah, I think I will keep going. Fuck it. Yeah, make sure you're double tapping on that screen and getting this live in front of as many people as you can. Let's get all the way up to 140K. If you're enjoying the debates, consider dropping a follow. Hey, how's it going, Rare?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. And what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
So I did watch this documentary that's going on YouTube. I already know Jesus is real, but my way of proving that Jesus is real is that scientists did find DNA, basically chromosomes, which contained only 24 chromosomes.
Didn't happen. Because the person who did this was already a devout Christian and refused to allow anybody else to test the blood, and also refused to say where he even got the blood tested himself. So this just did not happen. The dude like refuses to let anybody even like anywhere close to the blood.
Okay. But like, I know that Jesus is real though.
Okay, so we're pivoting off the first argument. So how do you know that Jesus is God?
Because not only myself has experienced, like, I don't know, like, it's just, I just know that Jesus is real. And it's a fact. I've experienced these testimonies that can prove that Jesus is real.
I'm extremely uninterested in testimonies.
Okay.
Do you have anything else? Otherwise, I'll move on to the next guest.
I don't know, dude. All I know is Jesus is real.
Okay. Well, okay. So do you think that God is all good?
When you say God, like, what do you mean? Because I
Whatever
know that
you mean.
Jesus is a God, a father, the Father is a God. Like, what do you mean when you say God?
Whatever you mean when you say God. So you only believe in one God, correct?
Yes.
Like you're a monotheist. So whatever this God is, when you claim to be a monotheist, the God that puts the mono in monotheist for Christianity, that's the God I'm talking about when you say God, or when I say God.
Well, I know when Christians are praying to God, we're praying to the Father, we're praying to the Son, we're praying to the Holy Spirit. Like, there are three persons and one God. Like,
well, that's like nonsense, right? So I'm a person, you're a person, Stephanie is a person. We would have three people. Jesus is God, the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God. We would have three gods.
mm-hmm.
So you agree that there's three gods?
I do agree. There are.
So then you're not a monotheist, you're a polytheist.
Like, what do you mean?
If there's three gods, there's not one God. One is not three.
I believe that Jesus is God, right? Father is God, the Holy Spirit is a God, and they're all one. That's what I'm trying
No.
to say.
Okay, wait. They're one what? Because they're three gods.
They're one God.
They're okay. Wait. So I'll run it again. So, I'm a person. You're a person. Ali is a person. There are three people. Jesus is God. The Father is God. The Holy Spirit is God. There are three gods.
Mm-hmm.
So we have three gods, not one God. It's three gods.
It's one God. It's literally God is the Trinity. There's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
So what's the difference there?
Um,
Why would we have three people in one instance but one God in the other? It's like saying like 1 + 1 + 1 is 1. If you're off the app, I can't hear you, by the way. If you're off the app and saying stuff, I cannot hear you. Jesus. Oh, hey, what's up? How's
Can
it
you
going?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
I've been trying to say, can you hear me?
No, I couldn't hear you until just now.
Okay, what was the question?
Yeah, so it's just like, what's the difference? Oh wait, if Dean's live, then I can send everyone on over there. Yeah. That's fine. I'll probably end stream right now. Hey, if you enjoyed the stream though, consider joining the Discord. There's a link to the Discord in the bio. It's a great place. It's a fun community. We're gonna go raid Dean in just a second live on his second account. Dean is currently live on It's Not Dean. So we're all gonna go and do that raid, but there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You can join it by either going to tiktok.com and copying or like going to the link that way. On my profile, allegedly.en, or you can copy the link from the TikTok app and paste it into the Discord app. It's a very active server. I'm active in the server. I love hanging out in the voice channel there. There's like a lot of cool friend groups, and I like hanging out with all the people in VC. It's just a lot of fun. I know I enjoy it. I also tag everyone every single time I'm live, so you'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. I can also update you on the status of my account, bans, really whatever. We're thinking about, there's like discussions about rolling out like bingo sheets. For these debates. So it's just a lot of fun. It's a fun little community, but yeah, we're going to go raid Dean. Drop a follow so you never miss a debate in the future. And with that, I love